Regular meeting of the City Council held in the Council Chamber on Thursday, June 23rd, 2011 at 7 p.m. for the purpose of transacting any and all business. Notice of this meeting was posted on June 16th, 2011 at 5:29 p.m. This meeting is being taped and is live on SATV. Absent currently is Councilor Pinto. He will be here shortly. Councilor President Ryan presiding. Councilor McCarthy moves to dispense with the reading of the record of the previous meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? I ask that everyone rise to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Public testimony. I have a list of 8 people signed up to speak. Testimony is not going to exceed 15 minutes, and your names on the roster are the only ones that can speak on the agenda items. The first on the list is Jeffrey Barsnell, 7 West Terrace.
Yeah, right in the corner, right there. Pick up the mic.
This one?
Yeah.
It'll pick me up?
Pick up your voice.
Well, I'm so quiet when I speak. Good evening. Thank you for listening. My name is Jeff Barsnell. I live at 7 West Terrace with 3 active children and my wife. All 3 of my children are in the Salem school system, and I am a taxpayer. I am also one of the co-leaders of Salem Alliance for the Environment. I've been so for the last 10 years, and have been a member of the Renewable Energy Task Force for the City of Salem since the mayor formed that. I believe it was in December of 2007. SAFE has been very, we're proud of the fact that we've been influential in the City of Salem in encouraging city leaders to take advantage of a variety of different programs and opportunities out there with respect to energy efficiency and renewable energy in the state. And that included approaching the mayor with the idea of hiring the city's first sustainability and energy manager in 2009. And that actually occurred in December of 2009. The city opted to hire Mr. Paul Marquis. The salary was going to be paid for with Clean Energy Choice money, which was actually a state grant that the city won as a result of Salem Alliance for the Environment's organizing in Salem to encourage homeowners to sign up for renewable electricity. There's approximately 400 people in the city of Salem who have opted to have their electricity come from green sources. I'm one of them. You can do it now. It costs you an extra $2, well, extra $11 a month. We believe, and when we presented this originally to the mayor, that hiring an energy manager for the city would actually pay for itself and very quickly. And we have, based on our analysis, that has indeed been the case. This position that Mr. Marquis has filled since December of 2009 has brought in, conservatively, what we estimate to be about $212,000, either in savings, or that's just in savings. So a $50,000 position has saved the city already $212,000 by the end of this year. And it's just getting going. He's just getting going. The programs that he is able to coordinate and administer are just now getting going as a result of the Green Communities legislation in the Commonwealth. In addition, this position has brought in and managed over $820,000 in state grants to date, with another $1.2 million perhaps in the pipeline in the next 24 months. I understand things are very tight in terms of the fiscal challenges that the city faces. Believe me, I don't envy you. I wouldn't want to be in your position with respect to a drop in ERA funds and the largest taxpayer in the city all of a sudden announcing that it's going to be closing its doors. Things are extraordinarily tight. You're facing escalating pension, healthcare costs, and the like. How you choose to spend the city's money is extremely important, and it's important to think of, to be prudent and not be penny wise and pound foolish. There are very few positions in this city, I would submit to you, that actually can demonstrably be shown to pay for themselves. This is one of them. All of the data and all of what we've looked at, the evidence would suggest that this position will not only pay for itself in the next 4 to 5 years, but actually will provide dividends, pay perhaps 10, 15 times the total amount of money that is spent on that position. In terms of energy efficiency, in terms of power purchase agreements with respect to photovoltaics on the roofs of our municipal buildings, with respect to the potential for a wind turbine down at Winter Island that would result in a $400,000 annual savings for the city over the course of 20 to 25 years. So I understand that things are tight, and I understand that you have to be very careful in terms of how you levelize your funding and your budgeting, but let's not cut off our nose to spite our face here. We're leaving, by virtue of cutting this position, we're leaving an enormous amount of money on the table, and we're leaving an enormous amount of cost savings on the table. And there is no way that we can fund this position going forward with state grants. That will not happen. The Green Communities monies are not intended for funding salaries. Up to 10% of those monies can be allocated for project management on an annual basis. So there's no way you can find funding going forward for this position. So I hope that you will at least consider reinstating the position. Do it for 12 months. Track the savings that you find from spending $50,000 on this position. And I submit to you, you will find this to be one of the best investments in your budget this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next on the list is T.C. Riley Goggin.
T.C. Riley Goggin, 9 Wisteria Street. I spoke to the subcommittee on this, and this pertains to what is coming out of committee hopefully this evening. It's Section 2, Chapter 502, which is in the ball game of Prop 2.5. And each year, we all know, people, when we're paying our taxes, we hear about Prop 2.5. And just because we have Prop 2.5, it doesn't mean you have to use all of Prop 2.5. Right now, with our economy, we need a break. Citizens of the city of Salem and other communities need a break. If I were a developer, I could put in for a TIF, a tax incentive financial help. But I'm not. I'm a taxpayer. And right now, we pay over $70 million of the taxes here in this community. I know that it's too late for this year, but hopefully, after hearing you speak to the issue the other night, that this may go in the first week of February. And that would mean that department heads would know exactly how much they could or could not spend. If they knew it was a 0.5 percentage that they could be spending, then maybe you would not be facing what you were facing here this past week. I've been here, I've watched you struggle, but I'm also out there campaigning, and I'm watching people struggle in the community. So I ask you, please, take a very good look at this Section 2 chapter, and hopefully in February you'll have it passed. Thank you.
T.C. Next up is Shirley Walker.
Hi, Shirley Walker, 51 Lafayette Street, Derby Lofts Condominiums. And I want to speak tonight about Councilor Ryan's order on pricing recommendations from the Parking Study Working Group for parking garages. The rate for the annual pass and their recommendations for senior residents is the same as currently, $200 across the board, $200 for Museum Place, and $200 for the South Harbor Garage. There's a new dual garage enhancement that the group has recommended, and that's for senior resident, and condo rates. This represents a $108 rate increase. Because of our insistence that the city follow their own zoning rules, the Parking Study Working Group added a new condo rate for our 6 downtown condominiums built with no on-site parking and zoning variances that mandate permit leased parking in the 2 municipal garages. They also added a new pass type for the 245 residentially required condo garage passes that weren't in the first recommendation. A new revised annual dual pass enhancement, quote, "In order to ensure that the annual dual pass is available to everyone in the market, is considered an enhancement to a person's base annual pass for the cost of $108. This $108 rate increase is also for senior residents and condominiums. The memo states senior and senior resident rates have not been changed from current rates. This is not true. The planned dual garage enhancement annual pass rate for the senior condo residents of $108 is a 54% increase from our current senior passes with dual access to both garages. I believe that all 245 residentially required condo garage passes now include access to both Museum Place and South Harbor garages. I urge you to hold our cost for our senior garage parking passes with dual garage access at the current rate and vote no to an additional $108 rate increase. The parking plan goal for downtown parking is stated 15% availability per block face. And I see today, according to Globe North, that the second goal is balancing the needs of all different users. To my knowledge, the goal is not to gouge downtown condo senior residents with no on-site parking, which includes me, my husband, and everyone at Derby Lofts, no on-site parking with a 54% rate hike to park in the municipal garages. We already spend, the 6 condominiums collectively, we pay about $139,000 a year to the city. I believe this is taxation without representation, and I ask you to delete this from the plan. I want to thank you for your consideration. You've seen this many times, and I know this will not be the last, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Barry Neely.
Where are the cuts for the employees?
Good evening. Barry Neely, 15 Lynn Street. Before the council, a few minutes before our meeting. I just want to leave you with one thing. I see we're running over our 15 minutes. When it comes to voting for the taxis, I did what I said I was going to do. I went out and got a license. I spent about 300 hours behind the wheel. I just leave you with one example. In order for a taxi driver to break $4 an hour, he'd have to make 40 trips in a 12-hour days from the depot to Walmart and return. That's one trip every 7 minutes. That's to make $4. Same on the company front. We split 50-50. That's every 7 minutes trying to get from the depot to Walmart and back to get the next fare. Try and do that. And if you can do that, you can make $4 an hour. And I'll leave you with that thought. $1 is what we're asking for. It's not a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Next up is Gavin McAuliffe.
Good evening. My name's Gavin McAuliffe. I'm at 5 Oliver Street. That's Ward 2 in Salem. And the reason I'm speaking tonight is in reference to the renewable energy manager in the city of Salem. And, you know, Jeff actually spoke quite a bit about the savings that the city has realized in this city. And I just want to offer some other thoughts other than just the savings that we've experienced and speak to the fact of the quality of life and the type of city that Salem is becoming and the direction that we as a city are moving. You know, for a good 30 years, we've hung our hat on the tax revenues from Dominion, and, you know, now that dinosaur is going away. And it's going away because it is no longer a viable way for us to energize our city and energize our country. And through the leadership of the mayor and the task force, we have looked to the future and we have seen a new way in a new city, and that is through, you know, reducing our energy use, looking towards wind as a way of powering our city and creating tax revenues, And as a citizen in Salem, a person who lives here, a person who feels proud to live in this city, you know, there's a statement that is made, you know, by having Paul as our manager and leading the city into the future, a future of renewable energy, something that not only Salem has to do and our state has to do, but our country has to do. So I think that when we decide to cut that position, we're making a larger statement about the quality of life, the type of city that we are. Right now, we're a leader in the state in Salem. And I think that when we take a step backwards and cut that position, we're really making a statement about who we are as a people in the city and the quality of life and the type of city that we live in. And in my opinion, you know, I'm proud to be a citizen of Salem. And one of the things that makes me proud are the things that we're doing in reference to being a leader in this state in reference to renewable energy. And, you know, we're about to embark upon potentially a wind turbine in this city and making a statement throughout the state and the country on the type of city that we are. And I think that, and you all know how things happen. First, you cut that budget and move that position, and before you know, things slow down, or grants go away, or somebody else takes an opportunity to take that money, and then all of a sudden that opportunity never happens. So I think that when we're making a decision about the direction that this city goes in, I think that it's very important that we, beyond the money savings, that we also think about who we are as a city and the type of city that we want to live in. And I'm speaking very strongly in funding Paul's position, or the position of renewable energy, not to make it about Paul itself, but about that position in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and the last speaker, Cindy Keegan.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Keegan. I live at 262 Lafayette Street. And I'm also here to speak in favor of the energy manager and sustainability manager position here in the city of Salem. I was one of the people that solicited the mayor to encourage this position to be created. And as part of that, the initial intent was that we would seed this position with money from the Clean Energy Choice Funds, as Jeff mentioned earlier. We did that. The hope was that it would simply pay for itself, and it has far exceeded that. We have brought in over $800,000 in grants to this city in that position in the past year and a half. And it has currently saved to date $50,000 on an annual basis. So it's not like you just save $50,000 and then that's gone. On an annual basis, it's going to save $50,000 in projects that are already complete, and there's $160,000 or so queued up to be completed. That will be an annual savings, a recurring annual savings of energy money that you don't have to spend. So it's a cost avoidance. So not only does this position bring in grant money, it saves money, and it needs to be there to manage the projects, to assure that we get those types of savings that folks are trying to tell us we have the opportunity for. I think that you know, one thing to really understand, and it was said a little bit, but I want to make sure that it's very clear to everyone. We have been able to use grant funding in addition to that initial seed funding to bolster this position while it identifies energy savings and it gets those contracts underway. However, in the fall, and this may have been a miscommunication at some point, so I want to clarify it. In the fall, there is an opportunity for Green Communities grant funding. That funding is going to be a competitive round through any community that is designated as a green community. And the maximum amount that's allowed to be used out of that grant, whatever that might be, is 10% to fund the project management portion. The remainder has to be used towards the actual activities that occur as part of whatever you apply for in that grant, for actual, you know, cost of redoing windows or redoing HVAC or redoing lighting, things of that nature. So it's not likely that that grant funding could fully fund the position in the future, but the money that is banked from the energy savings, or should be considered banked with the energy savings of the position, should more than offset the cost of the position itself. In most, you know, certainly in the business world, this position would be considered a profit center, not a cost to the city. I'd like to ask, since there's plenty of other folks in the room here, I'd like to ask as a show of hands, folks that are here in support of the energy manager position so that you understand the support that you have in the community to reinstate this position. And then finally, I do have a letter from Joanna Bissett, who is the Green Communities Coordinator for the Northeast region and who would be reviewing our grant application in the fall. And I asked her to help me understand, what we would need to do, to let me know kind of what grant possibility might be there so that I could bring that to you. And she says, as I mentioned in my voicemail, the next round of green community grants that Salem could apply for would be in a competitive round. While I cannot provide a dollar figure, it would be safe to say that without the energy manager position, the city would be hard-pressed to apply for these funds and implement the grants, which in turn help save the city money in the long run. So they would consider us much less eligible to receive that grant money if we don't continue this position. If anybody actually wants, I know that there's some additional documents that may be provided to you tonight, but I'm going to pass these around so that you also have these in front of you. And this is just as simple as it gets, spreadsheet of the different projects, and green highlights are things that are done, yellow highlights are things that are about to be done or have been investigated, and the money savings associated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Hearings, none. Appointments and reappointments.
Reappointment of Terry Carlton, 136 Leslie Road, Raleigh, to serve as a constable with a term to expire June 8, 2014.
Move that be received and placed on file.
Council Lovely moves that be received and placed on file. All those in favor? Opposed? Communications from the mayor.
We have a transfer of $31,892.98 from Human Resources Collective Bargaining Reserve to Police Professional Development.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move for approval.
McCarthy moves for approval. Under discussion.
Under discussion, the police collective bargaining professional development, this was some money that was left in the account, and where the police just settled up with their new, just agreed to terms of the new contract. This money will be used to offset, put in that account to offset those costs. So I would recommend approval.
Council McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Further communications from the mayor.
We have an appropriation of $26,562.62 in the Retirement Stabilization Fund Vacation Sick Leave Buyback account for the retirement of the following school department employees: Elaine Perret and Cynthia Manning.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
McCarthy asks for suspension of the rules. Any objection? None. Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I further ask that this, we have one more meeting, and I think that we can take care of this in our next meeting. We'll take care of it for us. So I would recommend that this be referred to the Committee on Administration and Finance under the rules.
McCarthy moves to refer to the Committee on Administration and Finance under the rules. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Further communications from the mayor.
We have an appropriation of $13,804.30 in the Retirement Stabilization Fund Vacation Sick Leave Buyback account for the retirement of Linda Dennisman, employee of the school department.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
McCarthy moves suspension of the rules. Any objection? None. Council McCarthy.
I further move that this matter be referred to the Committee on Administration and Finance under the rules.
Discussion?
No discussion, Mr. President.
Discussion, okay. Council McCarthy moves to refer to the Committee on Administration and Finance under the rules. All those in favor? Opposed? Further communications from the mayor.
We have a transfer of $9,500.37 from various inspectional service accounts to cover utility bill payments for remainder of fiscal year.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for approval.
Council McCarthy moves for approval. Under discussion.
Under discussion, Mr. President. This is just some end-of-the-year housekeeping with regards to inspectional services. They had some money left in some various line items, and they need to pay the remainder of the utility bills for the end of the fiscal year. So in conversation with the Nina Bridgman from the Finance Office earlier today, the recommendation would be, my recommendation would be for approval, just as a housekeeping thing, to make sure we pay these bills before the end of the year.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Further communications from the mayor.
We have an appropriation of $7,788.93 from retained earnings water fund to public services vehicle parts and repairs.
Council McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council McCarthy moves suspension of the rules. Any objection? None. Council McCarthy?
Under discussion, Mr. President?
Under discussion?
Before I refer this to committee, during our discussions, during our budget debates, we also talked about the water sewer enterprise funds, and at that time, Mr. Renard from DPS, who's in the chamber, was in there. Basically, this appropriation and the next appropriation are for repairs to the back truck. And during our discussions, during the, for the approval of the enterprise funds, the questions were asked of Mr. Renard at that time and of the finance director that if these monies were available and that this appropriation would be coming in front of us at this time. If there's a will, since we already talked about this matter, if there's a will from the committee to move for approval, I'll recommend that. But if there's a will to vet it out again in committee, we'll take it up before the next meeting in July, and then we'll turn it out then. But I'll yield the floor to any other member of the council that would like to weigh in on this before I make a motion.
Councilor O'Keefe?
Through you, Mr. President. Is the machine working now, or do we need to fix it? Is that what? Needs to be fixed. All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Do you want to move for approval?
If there's no further discussion, Mr. President, I would move for approval.
Okay, Council McCarthy moves for approval. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Further communications from the mayor?
We have an appropriation of $7,788.92 from retained earnings sewer fund to public services vehicle parts and repairs.
Council McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council McCarthy moves suspension of the rules. Any objection? None being. Under discussion?
On discussion, Mr. President. Thank you. This being the second half of the appropriations we make from these funds, half from water, half from sewer, where there wasn't any discussion on the last part, I would recommend approval so we can get the back truck fixed.
Any further discussion?
No discussion. Thank you.
On Council McCarthy's recommendation for approval, all those in favor? Opposed? So moved. Communications from the mayor?
We have an order to accept a donation of $6,750 for the Salem Police Department Summer Camp Donation Fund from the following: EMR Drywall, Inc., City of Lynn, Dare, Mass, Inc., and Peabody Police Benevolent.
Council McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this order be adopted.
Under discussion?
On discussion, thank you, Mr. President. I also want to reach out and thank EMR Drywall, the City of Lynn, Dare, Mass, Inc., and Peabody Police Benevolent Association for their support of this, for the police department summer camp. It's a very worthwhile program, and there's been a whole bunch of people and institutions over the last couple of months that have been donating to the summer camp program to make sure it's maintained and run well. So I want to thank them, and I would move for approval.
Thank you, Council McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? So moved.
Mr. President, I respectfully ask that the city clerk send a letter of appreciation to these 4 donors.
Pelletier asks that a letter of appreciation be sent to the 4 donors. I don't think we need a vote on that. But okay. Mayor's informational page, none. Motions, orders, and resolutions. Council McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ordered that the year-to-date budget report dated May 31st, 2011 be referred to the Committee on Administration and Finance.
On discussion?
No discussion. This is, every month we get the report and we refer it to committee so that we can have it in committee if we want to refer back to it during our discussions with the finance director. Thank you.
Thank you, Council McCarthy. All those in favor? Opposed? So moved. Councilor O'Keefe, can you take the,
I recognize Councilor Walker, Jerry Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. President. City Council, June 23rd, 2011, ordered the parking one? Which one is it?
Well, the next one is Committee of the Whole for presentation, rattle.
Okay, let me, I had them mixed up,
On the
sorry.
agenda, makes
All right.
sense. Go along.
City
in order.
Council, June 23rd, 2011, ordered that the Committee of the Whole meet with Lisa Abede in order for her to give a presentation on a study and options done by the Brattle Group, a world-class energy economist located in Cambridge, Mass, regarding the Salem power plant closing and what cleanup aspects Dominion can be held accountable for.
All in favor of acceptance of the committee report? Opposed or voted? Councilor Ryan, remarks, further remarks?
Not a committee report, it's actually an order.
Order, I'm sorry.
Okay.
order, remarks?
All right, I received an email from Mrs. Brattle, and she wanted to appear in front of the city council to do a presentation. I think this is the one where they had the pictures of the power plant. And I figured to give everyone an opportunity if they want to speak in front of the council, so I'd send it to committee of the whole if it passes, and have her come and do her presentation, and people on the committee of the whole or public can ask questions. But other than that, she wanted to get on the council agenda, so I'll give her an avenue to do it.
Council, do you have a date specific?
I haven't had a date. I mean, we only have, our last meeting's July 15th, but it'll be a committee of the whole, so either before that time, or it's not going to be until probably September, so.
Well, would you have the recommendation of the council before that date? Is it important to do before the break?
I don't think so. I don't think the
All
power
right.
plant's closing before
All right, we'll
that
leave it
time.
to your wisdom, council. All in favor? Opposed, so voted. Unanimous. Councilor Lincoln back, Councilor
Yeah, he
Ryan?
can't vote on it.
Present.
Present.
Another one? Councilor Ryan.
City Council, June 23rd, 2011, ordered that the list of parking study working group pricing recommendations for the City of Salem parking garage be approved.
All in favor of the recommendation of the committee? Opposed, so voted. Remarks, Councilor Ryan, on the,
Yeah, this
Study?
is from the study, from the working group. They changed the rates on the meters, the garage, and it has a list here of the changes. Like, they talk about the senior pass, $200, and then the $108 extra if they wanted the dual pass, $1.50 for the meters. Church Street, $1.50. There's a whole listing of the different changes that all go together with the parking recommendation that the parking study did.
thank you,
Thanks.
Councilor President. Any member of the council want to ask a question about this matter? Can the acting president ask, or Councilor Sosnowski?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I mean, I think what Tom Daniels and the planning department have done here is a very, very, very good job. However, there's a lot of things here that I am concerned with. The most part here is I'm going to be in favor of most of this, almost all of it, as a matter of fact. However, the problem that I see is there's some issues they put in the parking lot that they refer to as a parking lot. And until those issues are addressed, I don't see how we can vote on a part or all of this whole package without addressing some of those issues. So I wanted to explain what will be coming up in my vote shortly. Thank you.
Any other remarks?
Roll call vote, Mr. President.
Councilor Pelletier? I didn't hear you.
Roll call vote.
Will the council indulge in the
Oh, this is
acting
just a-
president just
I'm
having a
sorry,
comment?
This is just a motion, right? Just a motion.
All right. All in favor of the adoption of the order as recommended for the parking study? All in favor? Opposed? So be it.
Opposed?
Opposed, Councilor Sosnowski?
Yes, yes.
Councilor Sosnowski is
Yes, Mr.
opposed.
President.
All others in favor? Adopted. Point of personal privilege, Mr. President, on this matter.
Councilor O'Keefe?
Through you, Mr. President. I wish the council would get the message to the planning department that there'll be no further approvals of development in the B district that don't have parking spaces. Telling people that they give us so much money and they can park in the garage, and then there's no space in the garage to park. So from now on, the message should be to the planning board, there's a board of appeal, what have you, from the planning department, no further development unless they have space to park the cars in the building. I've had it, we've had it with this. I mean, why tell people they can park in the garage and there's no space and we take all this money from them? And they can't park in the garage. The parking in the garage is for everybody, including snowstorms, what have you, and we can't reserve space for tenants. If the people want to park off of Bridge Street or off of the Point, they need space in the snowstorm. So we can't put names and addresses on the space. We need to have the strong message to the planning department. I see Lynn Duncan sitting there. Maybe she can give the message to the board. No more approvals unless you get space to park the cars.
Thank you, Councilor O'Keefe. Councilor O'Keefe, you're up next. Council. Further motions, orders,
Next
and
matter
resolutions.
is a handicap space on Bellow Road. An ordinance, In the year 2011, an ordinance to amend an ordinance to allow to traffic, Chapter 42, Section 550B, handicap parking, limited time. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Salem as follows. Section 1, Bellow Road in front of number 26, for a distance of 20 feet, 20 feet, handicap parking tow zone. This ordinance shall take effect as provided by the City Council, by the City Charter.
On discussion?
This matter was checked out by Lieutenant Pazuski, and he agrees that this is a worthy request, and I ask my colleagues to support this handicap space.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? So moved. Further motions, orders, and resolutions? None? That's good. Committee reports? Council Lovely?
Thank you, Mr. President. City Salem and City Council, June 23rd, 2011. The Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs, to whom is referred the matter of granting certain licenses, has considered said matter and would recommend approval. Public guides and tag days.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? Opposed? On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion?
No discussion, Mr. President.
Discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? So moved. Further committee reports? Council Lovely?
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem, City Council, June 23rd, 2011. The Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom is referred the matter of an ordinance regarding separate vote by council for any tax increase up to 2.5%, has considered said matter and would recommend to amend the ordinance by adding additional language as follows. The City Council shall approve on or before the first council meeting in February annually by a separate majority vote of the city's annual budget, any tax increase. And then there's a remainder of paragraph that I'm not going to read because it didn't change. The language didn't change.
All right. On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? Opposed? On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just looking through my notes. So we met last week on this. This was actually Councilor Ronan brought this council order and referred it to committee, and we met on it. Had a very good discussion on it. This was the committee's initial recommendation out of committee. This week, our solicitor, Beth Bernard, actually emailed both myself and Councilor Ronan several times during the week. She was consulting actually with General Counsel for the Department of Revenue. Wanted to get a legal opinion as to whether this is something that this body can undertake. Is it a policy decision? Is it binding? What might it be? We don't have the answer to that. She actually sent an email to me today. I think I printed it off and brought it with me. Just to state that the way it's written, it may, currently written, the language still may be too ambiguous to be able to be binding or to be legal. And certainly with the City Council, in my opinion, does not want to pass any ordinance that actually doesn't have the correct language so that we have the intent of what we're trying to accomplish. My recommendation would be actually to my colleagues is to refer this back to committee so that I can work with the solicitor, we can work with the Department of Revenue to determine what type of language this may need and what is the ramification or the purpose of what we're trying to accomplish. Is this binding on the administration? Or is it just a policy change? We had recommended a February date. Is that too aggressive in a date? Do we need to look at a date that may be more consistent, like maybe perhaps a March date or April date, well in advance of getting the budget, but also so that when we know what local aid numbers will come in. So my recommendation actually is to refer this back to committee. We will work on it again and then refer it back to full council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lovely. Council Ronan?
Yes, Mr. President. This was my, this was brought in as a result of my proposed ordinance change. It was co-sponsored by the Ward 6 councilor and the at-large councilor, Stevie Pinto. Essentially, the ordinance is a very simple one. As the legislative body here in Salem, the city council should determine how much money we're going to spend each year on the city budget. What happens now is, and has happened traditionally, and would happen unless we pass this ordinance into perpetuity, is the taxes go up every year 2.5%, or more actually. But without ever a vote or without ever a referendum. We never actually stand up here and take a vote saying that, we are going to increase taxes in order to balance the budget for the next fiscal year. The way we actually raise taxes to the maximum amount, the 2.5%, is by doing nothing. Because by doing nothing, the administration is free, when they put together their budget, to use all the funds that are possibly available to the administration. That is, early in the year, sometime around February, the state sends the city what we call a cherry sheet, because it comes in and it's the color of a cherry. It's actually a pink sheet. And it's got the amount of money that the state is going to give us to help support our schools, which is called Chapter 70 money, or our general aid. It's got all the amounts of money that the state is going to give us, so that amount of money can be calculated in figuring out the budget. Then what happens here in Salem is the administration then figures out how much money they can take in taxes. And as we all know, there's a Proposition 2.5, so there's a cap on that amount. Last year, for instance, the figure was somewhere around $72 million. In this year's budget, that figure goes up to about $75 million. So basically, the administration then takes the amount of the prior year's, it's called a tax levy amount, which is actually a little bit, it's a complicated formula, but it's a little bit more than the actual taxes were, increases that amount by the maximum, 2.5%, and then calculates, the next year's budget based on that absolute maximum levy amount. So if you take a look at this year's budget, and we were to pass it exactly as it is, the taxes would go up 3.98% without ever a vote of the city council on that, or without a tax referendum of the citizens of Salem. So as city councilors, I think it's really our function to stand up and to represent our constituents. When I did my campaigning and I walked around, the biggest issue in the city of Salem, without a doubt and without a competitor, is tax stability. Our tax rate keeps going up. Right now in Salem, the tax rate is $15.05 per thousand for a resident. That's the highest tax rate around. In Salem, the average tax bill is about $4,500. That's too much for a working class community like Salem. Our average per capita income in Salem is only $23,000 and some change. We're a poor working class city, and we burden our taxpayers with a high tax bill. If you live in Salem in a single family residence, your average tax bill is higher than about 60% of the 351 communities in Massachusetts. That is, out of all 351 cities and towns, you pay a higher tax bill. And I can tell you this, the value of your house is not more than it is in 60% of the cities or towns in Massachusetts. What our budget consultant showed us is the trends have reversed. It used to be in the 90s, we paid in the bottom third of all cities and towns on our residential tax rate. It's flip-flop. Now we pay in the top third. So we're burdening our taxpayers with a very high tax bill because we do nothing. We don't vote on it. What we should do, and what this ordinance would require, is that the city councilors, before the administration goes and puts together their budget, just like the state does, we tell the mayor how much money she would have to put together her budget. That is, we say, okay, this year, and it would start not in fiscal year 2012 because we're going to vote on that budget tonight, but it would start fiscal year 2013. We tell her, for instance, for fiscal year 2013, okay, this is the year we're going to give our taxpayers a break. We're not going to increase taxes to the maximum levy limit. We're going to increase taxes by 1% or 2% or 0%. But we take a vote, we set the rate, and then just as the administration has on the cherry sheet, they have she has our figure so she knows what she has to work with. And more importantly, the constituents
who vote us into office know that we're standing up here and we're speaking for them on this very important, this most important issue. So I know how this came out of the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs with a unanimous recommendation for its approval. Since that time, it's gone into the city solicitor's office, and now all of a sudden there's a problem. I haven't seen anything from the Department of Revenue suggesting that there's a problem. I would like a vote on this matter tonight, up or down, because I think it's our function as the legislative body of the city to rein in control of the purse strings here. We're the ones that control the purse strings in the city. That's our function as a legislative body, and I'd like to vote on this tonight.
Council Fiori and Council Lovely.
I strongly concur with Council Lovely. I think it's a wise move on Council Lovely's part, chairman of the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs. This is a very dangerous motion, an ordinance, dangerous. We have to be careful what we wish for making in this motion. Drawing a line in the sand as a part-time city council. We set a number there. There was no magic number, no magic bullet. 90% of our budget is human services. This is a straitjacket ordinance. It would tie the ability of the mayor to lead. It would micromanage the role of the mayor by a simple majority of this city council, 6 members. A supermajority would at least be required. I would think I couldn't even get a motion passed for a salary for the school committee without a supermajority, a $3,000 raise, $4,500 raise. This motion requires a simple majority. Simple majority, 6 people to straitjacket the mayor. Any vote tonight would be dangerous. Wise to keep it in committee. We need legal consultation. We're very lucky to have Council Lovely, who is a lawyer, who knows the situation very carefully. We have to be careful what we tread on. This is very dangerous.
Council Lovely. Thank you, Council Fiori.
I chair the committee, and I actually voted in favor of voting this out this week with a favorable recommendation. However, both Councilor Ronan and I received emails from the solicitor. I don't know if you responded to her, but I did. And she actually did speak with Kathleen Caleri, who's the general counsel for the Department of Revenue, who said in her quick opinion, cursory review, will have no legal effect. Why pass something that may not have any legal effect? Let's put it back in committee. I want to take a look at it again. I don't see any problem with it. This isn't something we can even put into effect until next February, which is almost a better part of a year away. Let's put it back into committee. Let's take a look at it. Let's make sure we get it right. But there's no rush to judgment here tonight. I mean, if you had talked to the solicitor, you probably would have that information, Counselor. I did speak with her. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lovely. Council Ronan.
Mr. President, I just want to respond to that. Through you, obviously. The reason I want this voted on tonight is because I'm not a member of the the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs. But the way we send things to die is we send them off to committees, and they never come back. This came out of that committee with a...
Mr. President. You're insinuating that I'm going to let this die.
I have the floor, don't I, Mr. President?
Yeah. But you don't need to target.
I'm not targeting anybody.
You are.
But I've said that's the way things go to die. I don't want this to die. This came out of that committee with a unanimous recommendation, and I would like it voted on tonight.
I have the utmost faith in Council Lovely that they will look at this and bring it out in a timely manner. Councilor O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Through you, Mr. President. I agree with Councilor Ronan. It may be a good measure, but the council chairman of the committee wants us to look at it professionally with the city solicitor and people in Boston, Department of Revenue. What's unreasonable about that? I disagree with Councilor Fiori saying dangerous. Disagree with that term. That's kind of a stretch. But I think we should let Councilor Lovely and her wisdom work it out with city solicitor and Department of Revenue and come back to us. We have one more meeting in July. Perhaps we could act on it then. Respectfully, Council, I wish you would just bring it back and not do it now.
Councilor
Respectfully.
You all set, Councilor O'Keefe? Councilor Prevey?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Councilor Ronan had pointed out, I'm a co-sponsor of this. I certainly believe the City Council has to play a greater role in terms of trying to get a handle on how the budget is. I've said before, and I said it during the committee was co-posted, I'm not a member of the committee, that it seems the city council historically just plays a passive role in the budget, and I think we would play more of a partnership role with the mayor in trying to set exactly what the figure is of the budget. I understand where Councilor Ronan is coming from in terms of wanting to take a vote, but I think if we're going to vote on something like this, and I certainly want this to pass, I want the right language to be in it, and I want to make sure that we're voting on something that doesn't end up being hollow. So otherwise, we've just kind of wasted our time. So I think it should go back to committee. As Councilor Lovely points out, it's not going to harm anyone, nor is it going to mess up essentially the timetable of what we're looking at and trying to have this passed by next year. So I'd rather proceed cautiously on this, make sure we have the right language, get a solid legal opinion so that going forward, we have something that, you know, we're actually going to operate on it. Makes no sense to put something on the books and then later on we find out, well, you shouldn't have done it because now it's ineffective. So that would just be wasting our time. I think ultimately it would be foolish. So like Councilor O'Keefe, you know, using language like it's dangerous. I mean, what function do we play then? You know, if we're not going to do something like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Creevy. Councilor Sosnowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to rise in support of this. However, my concern would be we pass it for first passage this evening, all right? And then between now and the second passage, when it comes back, if we have to amend the language to make it have legal teeth, then we do the amendment. But like so many other things that come before us, I don't think there's anybody here that's opposed to it. Maybe not. Let me not say that. All right. But that being said, I'm going to be voting for this, and if we need to amend it, let's amend it before we vote on it for second passage.
Thank you, Councilor Sosnowski. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not being a member of the Committee on Licensed Legal Affairs, I have the utmost confidence in the abilities of the at-large council to deal with this, and I'm going to have to disagree with my colleague from across the aisle. I'm not going to vote for anything I don't know the exact language of or what the ramifications of, just for first passage so we can vote it out for a second passage after we tweak it. We all know by changing an ordinance that costs the city money, by passing something, then changing it, then have to re-advertise it. So I'm not going to spend extra money to do that, nor am I going to vote on something that we don't have all the language, that we don't even know if it's right in front of us. So let's be prudent. Let's wait. Let's let the committee do their due diligence, because I would consider supporting this, but right now, without the language in front of me, I'm not gonna. And if the vote is forced, and we put the vote, excuse me, if the vote is forced tonight and we vote this down, then it can't come back in front of us for a whole year, under our rules. Under our rules. So I want everyone to consider that. So
Sure. Come back in front
Thank you,
of us.
Councilor McCarthy.
I'd be happy for it.
Pelletier, and then, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Being a member of the Committee on Ordinance, Licensed Legal Affairs, because we have a lot of business going on tonight with the budget, I was going to ask my colleague from Ward 5 to put this off to the next meeting. Now, because he's relentless on this matter, and I certainly agree with the committee chair on this. This needs more discussion, but not tonight. And I don't want to go through it tonight, okay? So I'm going to put a motion and lay this be laid on the table.
No, Mr. President, out of order.
That's, the motion's there.
Non-debatable, table it.
Non-debatable.
Non-debatable, table it.
I already offered an amendment to put it back in committee. Put it back in committee because we'd like to take a look at it. If you put it on the table, we're not taking a look at it at all, so.
Well, if we vote for it tonight,
Councilor Pelletier, you still have the floor.
I'll rescind my motion only if the Ward 5 council will rescind his for the vote tonight. We don't need to vote on it tonight. It needs longer discussion.
Councilor O'Keefe.
Mr. President, I move that question that we vote on this matter, recommendation of the committee.
An amendment, right?
Suspension of the rules to allow the mayor to speak, or
Positively.
any objection?
Over around to this microphone. So I actually wasn't here for this item tonight. I wasn't even sure it was coming up or what role it was going to play, but since it has, I'm sitting at this desk and I kind of feel compelled I didn't attend the committee meeting that you held last week. I think I was out of town during that time frame, but I did see some of the media reports of the meeting and the discussion. And even sitting here listening tonight, hearing counselors, I've sat in your seats and listening to folks bemoan that you have no role. You play very little role in the city, and that it's very passive, and that you don't control the levy, you don't have much say-so over anything, and reading comments in the paper that we need this ordinance to straitjacket the mayor. If that quote is correct, I wasn't here, but something to that effect. And having sat in this seat, served as a committee chair of the Finance Committee, and know full well that the City Council's role is the actual fiscal watchdog for the city. As mayor, and I think Councilor O'Keefe is fond of saying, I propose, you dispose. We cannot spend $1 in this community for the operational budget, for capital projects, for fixing a pothole, for plowing the streets, for educating our kids, unless the majority of this body approves it. We don't send out one tax bill with a tax rate unless a majority of this body approves it. I would submit to you that you don't need an ordinance to straitjacket the mayor. You have all the authority within the legislative rules that we operate of this body. You control the levy. If you think the budget that's proposed is unaffordable, is too high, because you're right, taxes are the major issue. They have been in Salem forever, they'll continue to be. I report to the same people that you do. Then you can cut the budget. I don't think I'm a spendthrift. I don't think I propose things we don't need. I take into account what it takes to operate the city, what that impact is going to have on the taxpayers, and I propose a budget. Council can cut it. Setting the tax rate, the levy is too high. 2 out of the last 3 years, we've been under the levy. Now, with all of the rules and obligations that we operate under, all the handcuffs I have, I can't spend $1. We just went through appropriations this meeting. Everything that comes in, you approve. We want to further handcuff what the administration can do, because we want to say in February how much the budget should be. We want to tell you in February how much you can spend. That budget's 6 inches thick, has all the financial forecasting. You have all the information. You've hired a budget analyst to go through, who I don't think had one bad thing to say about the way we budget. Conservatively balanced, professional operation, doing things the right way. When asked why that single-family home rate is a little bit higher than we'd all like it to be, said maybe you're spending too much money on public education. Really? You don't need this ordinance. I don't know what DOR is going to say. They really control a lot of how we set levies and what limits are. You have the power right now. It's an election year, I get it. So let's all hold up our card and say we're concerned about the taxpayers. I'm concerned about them every single day, because I'm the one in the office getting the phone calls when class sizes are large, when plows don't hit the street, when roads are dismantled. So I propose a budget that balances what we can afford, what people can afford, and what our needs are. And if you don't like it, if you think it's too high, if you think it's unaffordable, if you only want taxes to go up a certain percentage, cut the budget. I've given you 6 budgets. This is the 6th one. 4 years in a row, 0 cuts. Last year, $33,000 in cuts. This year, what's proposed so far by the committee? $120,000 out of a $130 million budget. I'm not a spendthrift. I don't go around spending money like a drunken sailor. We've lost $5 million from a power plant. That's had more of an impact on single-family homes than any other thing we've done. We had a lot more industry in this city. That commercial tax rate at 1.5 times what residents pay, that has an impact on residential ratepayers. We operate as efficiently as we can, looking for regionalization, trying to spur commercial investment to help stabilize residential rates. And you know it because we talk about it every year. Well, before that budget's submitted, we have a pre-budget retreat. I organize that. I call you guys and say, can we get together so we can talk about the areas where you think maybe we're spending too much, areas you want us to look at, concerns you might have. Half of you didn't even show up this year. A majority of the Finance Committee. So you want to put a straitjacket, you want to put an ordinance, you're concerned about finances, cut it. But when you do it, you tell people why. The reason you've only got $120,000 in cuts, and I think some of those will be restored, is because we're not spendthrifts, guys, because we need the money, because we like modest-sized classes, because we want to have, when you dial 911, somebody respond. Pass the ordinance. Don't pass the ordinance. I'm going to propose the budget that I think we need, the services that I think we need, things that I hope are affordable for folks, because we work hard to do that. And when there are opportunities for savings, when we can save money, maybe let's say, for instance, a city hall lease that would have saved $67,000 this year, maybe a majority of the council will support it. It's just disheartening with all the work we put in, trying to work together, and information we're providing about finances, that we're going to stand up and say, we need an ordinance because we think we're spending too much and we don't have any control over it. You have all the control in the world in this body. You don't need an ordinance. You just need the courage to do it if you think what we're doing is wrong.
Move the question on the recommendation of the Committee on Ordinance, License, and Legal Affairs. On the
Councilor
amendment.
Lovely's motion to move it back to Ordinance, License, and Legal Affairs,
Yes.
co-posted with Committee of the Whole.
Roll call, Mr. President. Roll call, Mr. President.
I made a motion that wasn't,
Hey, Alex. Not
I
germane.
only said, Mr. President, I only said I'd rescind my motion if the council from Ward 5 would rescind his.
Didn't make
So
one.
my motion to lay on the
No.
table is still here.
He didn't make a motion.
Didn't make a motion.
Send it back to committee.
He didn't make a motion. It's going
Right,
back
so
to...
gonna do it,
my
we wanna do
motion
it
to
right.
lay on the table is still here.
How do you rule, Mr. President?
The rule that was sent into the committee. Councilor
Roll
Ronan.
call, Mr. President.
Councilor O'Keefe, hold on. Councilor Ronan.
Mr. President, I couldn't agree more with the mayor. And I know it, and I hope all of you know it. We have absolute authority to do this. And I don't have to hear from the city solicitor that we have authority to do this. I know we have the authority to do this. The mayor knows we have authority to do this. So I don't know what we're waiting for. But procedurally, what came out of committee was a recommendation by the committee that we adopt this. That's first in time. Okay? That was made, that was read, that recommendation was read by Councilor Lovely, the chairman of the committee. That's first in time, just so that you know. She then suggested that she would move to have it placed back in a committee. I stood up and I objected to that because the recommendation of the full Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs was to pass it. Okay, so I think that takes us to the initial motion, and then there was a motion to table the matter. So in terms of what takes precedence, probably the motion to table the matter, which means it's tabled for this, I think without any further discussion, for this meeting, but we can bring it up next meeting.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not being a member of the committee, but someone who attended that meeting, I believe, as not being a member of the committee, it was my recommendation to the committee chair, which is probably part of her committee report, that it be referred to the city solicitor for the language before we even acted on it. So if the committee chair is recommending to keep it in committee because of what was referred out of committee with the recommendation to get language from the city solicitor, I believe that takes precedent over everything. But I'll leave it at that.
Councilor Pelletier, do you still want to lay it on the table? Not going to play a game
I
here
offered
tonight.
conditions, and the Ward 5 council will not agree to my
If
conditions.
you want to lay it on the table, then we're not playing a game here tonight. This is a city council business. This is not a
I
playground.
understand, all right? I want to have more discussion on it, and he wants to vote on it. This is why I said earlier this evening to the committee chair, I didn't want to go through this debate tonight because we're too busy. All right, we have much more on our agenda than this one issue.
But you're not making the matter any better. So we're going to vote.
Move
Send
the
it-
question, Mr. President.
Roll call vote.
Roll
Three-
call vote.
You rescind my motion. I rescind my
Three hands,
motion.
Mr. President? 3 hands for roll call vote?
3 hands for the roll call vote.
Well, I won.
Send it back to committee.
Yes.
Well, point of clarification.
Yep.
So now that the matter is the rescission of the tabling it, the first vote is the recommendation. The second vote is to put it back in committee.
Well, the recommendation was to, like Councilor McCarthy says, it says right here, approval with the following additional language that the matter be sent to the city solicitor for language for first passage, which she did give language so we can vote on. So do you want to vote on it? Is there a second? Councilor Ronan?
I believe that that was the recommendation out of committee. So, yes, I'd like to vote on it. I'd like a roll call vote on it.
Three hands? Okay, only your hand. So,
Mr. President, will you define the question
well,
as
the
to?
first question is going to be, he wants to vote on the original recommendation to vote it for first approval. Councilor Ronan?
So a yes vote would approve, and a no
No
vote
vote would not.
Would deny.
Would
And
deny.
Then
we can take up the second one.
the amendment, put it back in committee.
All right.
Roll call, Mr. President.
Councilor Fury?
If we vote on this motion to affirm Councilor Ronan's ordinance, we're turning ourselves into Pontius Pilate. We're going to say, this amount of money is going to be set aside, this limit, this levy of 2.5 or 2.4, whatever we said in February, and then we let the mayor do it. We've been doing that every year after year. The mayor has been cutting to the bare bones budget, year after year. All these meetings that we've gone to, the budget has been cut straight down to a bare bone, lean and mean, as Councilor Pelletier would say. And I don't want to be a Pontius Pilate. I just, this motion is so way out of whack, dangerous, sincerely. Any mayor, any one of us who wants to be mayor would be handicapped with the strings attached, a straitjacket attached. Anybody in this council chamber, anybody wishing to be mayor in this, God forbid, to have this motion as your mayor. Our mayor spoke tonight. It's a straitjacket, dangerous.
For clarification, this vote is going to be for the original recommendation to vote for first passage. Councilor Ronan?
I just want to move this forward. In the interest of time, I would allow it to go back to the Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs.
Thank you. All right, the roll call vote for that one, do we have a roll? Three hands?
Put it back in committee.
To put it back in committee, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need a roll call, okay. All those in favor to put it back in a committee, co-post with the committee of the whole, opposed? So moved. Further committee reports, Council Sergeant?
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem and City Council, June 23rd, 2011. The Committee on Community and Economic Development, to whom was referred the matter of the location and installation of a plaque commemorating the birthplace of General Glover, has considered said matter and would recommend that the matter remain in committee. On discussion?
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. There was talk of a location, I believe St. Peter and Federal Streets. We had the veterans agent in, and it just, there's a lot more work to be done on it, so we just would recommend it stay in committee. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Council Sergeant. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? So moved. Committee reports? Sergeant?
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem and City Council, June 23rd, 2011. The Committee on Community and Economic Development, to whom was referred the matter of naming the intersection of Brown and New Liberty Streets as Major General Stephen Abbott Square, has considered said matter and would recommend that the city solicitor draft the legal language necessary to make a council order so that the corner of Brown and New Liberty Streets may be dedicated as Major General Stephen Abbott Square.
Acceptance report, all those in favor? Opposed? On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. Major General Stephen Abbott was a Revolutionary War hero and a resident of Salem. And with a lot of help from Councilor Sosnowski and the Veterans Agent and the Veterans Commission, we decided to make that square named after him. And we just have to run it through the city solicitor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor? Opposed? So moved. Further committee reports. Council Pinto?
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem and City Council, June 23rd, 2011. The Committee on Public Health, Safety, and Environment, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter regarding the status of the proposed gas station at 111 North Street, Trickett Realty, has considered said matter and would recommend that the meeting be continued on June 27th, 2011 at 6:30 p.m.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? Opposed? On acceptance through, on adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
Under discussion, Mr. President. I won't expound too much on this. We've actually had 2 meetings, and we're having another meeting Monday night. As everyone knows, what's happened down at the Shell Station on North Street in Councilor Prevy's ward. What we're doing is we're taking a step-by-step approach. We've made some progress as far as the permitting, as far as what's going on down there. There's been numerous issues with the owner of that property putting a drainage system in that property without pulling a permit, numerous issues, maybe some contaminated soil. So what we've done is we've had 2 meetings, we've made some headway, we've had people in. Like I said, I know we got a long night. I don't want to speak too much of it. We do have another meeting Monday night, but I would ask that if the ward council wants to speak briefly on it, I'll allow them. Thank you.
Councilor Prevey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Councilor Pinto's comments regarding it. It's pretty much a synopsis of what's been going on. We're trying to get some movement on that, the property in terms of rectifying all the issues on it. There's been obviously violations that have occurred on it over the last few years. There continue to be violations. We've been working with the city engineer, the fire chief, building inspector, and trying to rectify some of the outstanding issues. So just to make sure that things are addressed and you know, the impact that has been made on the abutters is really what's at stake here. So we're trying to do that. So hopefully there will be continued progress in the matter, and this thing will move forward because it's really been a stalemate for quite some time. Thank you.
No further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? So moved. Further committee reports, Councilor Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem and City Council, June 23rd, 2011. The Committee on Public Health, Safety, and Environment, co-posted with Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of the Harbor Master's position, has considered said matter and recommend that the matter remain in committee.
Okay. On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? Opposed? On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion?
Under discussion, Mr. President. Unfortunately, I'll take a little longer on this one. I know we got a long night. But anyway, this was brought in, this order was brought in by Councilor Sosnowski, and I'm sure he'll speak on it. And what this involves is, what we're in the process of doing is taking the harbor master, who was a sergeant in the police force, and replacing him with a civilian harbor master. And the reason being, as Chief Tucker had explained to us in committee, is that he only has X amount of sergeants to draw from down at the police station. One is retiring, so he needs another sergeant. He has no patrolmen under the sergeants that he can pull up to that position. I think in our ordinance there was some confusion because it said that the harbor master had to be a member of the police department. So once again, we got a ruling from the city solicitor, and I guess when you talk about assistant harbor masters and dog officers, that comes under more or less the police department. So we cleared that up as far as the language in that. But this particular position that Peter Gifford's been filling since 2000, I think since the year 2000, he's done an outstanding job. And I think, being a boater myself, and I think anybody that goes out in the water, to have a police presence out there for public safety means a great deal to the people. So it was something, as Chief Tucker explained to us, was not taken lightly. They had sat down with the administration, they had spoke about this. And in the event of doing this, what we're actually doing is we're creating a new position for a harbor master, but we're also paying him $64,000, whoever that harbor master may be. Sergeant Gifford will go back to the police station in his sergeant role. However, we do have some assistant harbor masters, I'm told, that are either retired law enforcement officers, and I think we have 2 that are policemen, and they are assistant harbor masters. So there will be, you know, some police presence up there. But if Councilor Sosnowski would like to speak on it, his order was brought in. Thank you.
Councilor Sosnowski.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'll make it very brief, given what we have ahead of us. As I said at the committee meeting, Mr. President, as Chief Tucker is the perfect person to be the Salem Police Chief, I believe that Sergeant Peter Gifford is the perfect person to be the harbor master. And toward that end, I was opposed to him being replaced, and I still am for that matter, but I understand the logic that's going on here, and I support the chief in his decisions, and I will not be bucking the chief. It's just that I still highly recommend that he stay in, that Sergeant Peter Gifford stay in the position. I cannot think of a better person to be there, and I mean, without getting into details, I've been around the waterfront all my life, and I can recognize talent when I see it, and that is a very talented individual. Thank you.
Any further discussion? None being, all those in favor? Opposed? So moved. Counselor O'Keefe?
Chair recognizes Councilor Ward 4, Jerry Ryan. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. President. City Council, June 23rd, 2011, the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of establishing a parking and traffic commission, has considered said matter and recommend that the matter remain in committee.
All in favor of acceptance of the committee report? Opposed? So voted. Remarks, Councilor?
Under discussion, this was traffic commission that originally brought in over a year ago. I think it went into ordinance slice legal affair, and then we put it in with the Committee of the Whole because we were talking about the traffic studies. I think we're going to put it back in the committee because they have it in the parking lot, so it's probably staying there until the end of the year.
Wise and prudent decision, Councilor. Any further remarks?
Thank you.
Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? So voted. Unanimous.
All right, we got a couple more. I have a couple more, so you might.
Oh, no, Councilor, let me turn the page of your order. Councilor Ryan,
Thank you, Mr.
you're
President.
recognized.
City Council, June 23rd, 2011, the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of the comprehensive parking plan, has considered said matter and recommend that the plan be approved with the following amendments: that meter enforcement take place Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. only, and that meter enforcement on Sundays be deleted.
Thank you, sir. All in favor of acceptance of the committee report? Opposed? So voted. Remarks,
In the
Councilor?
discussion, we had those 3 meetings, long meetings, with a lot of input, and there was a lot of issues that spiked off of this, but I just want to try to get this out on the whole committee so we can vote on it. 2 of the things we agreed on was not having enforcement on Sunday, and also instead of having the enforcement till 8 p.m., we scaled it back to 6 p.m. And those were the 2 major changes that we made on this.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other remarks? Any other council? Councilor Pelletier, Ward 3.
Oh, I'm not in favor of bringing back the time. I think the residents who do have resident parking, do pay for parking garages, they should have the privilege to park in the lots during from like 5 to 8 or 5 to 7, or however we do it. And also on Saturdays. I mean, it's the weekend, they live downtown. We should give them a little courtesy, and maybe the parking department come up with a little sticker for anybody, like I said, who has a resident parking pass or existing, or has an existing garage pass for whatever garages.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other member of the council? Councilor Lovely, at large.
President, actually, I was the one who made the recommendation out of committee that we scale it back from 8 p.m. to 6 p.m. And I'm in receipt here of a memo from Tom Daniel, who's actually here this evening. The working group worked for a year and a half on this whole recommendation for this very comprehensive plan for the downtown. And we've met on it a few times. And all in all, it's a good plan. It's going to free up parking where it needs to be freed up. It'll create more parking where it needs to be created. But on page 2, and I think you all have this on your desk, the working group had made a recommendation in committee as an alternative. It said the working group had discussed to have on-street meters enforced until 8 p.m. and have the parking lots enforced till 6 p.m. That wasn't their first recommendation. They'd like to have everything enforced till 8 p.m. This might be a good alternative, actually, because what it does is it turns the meters over until 8 p.m. Monday to Saturday. But it allows people to go into the lots, and that stops enforcement at 6 p.m. And that's what we want to do. We want to actually kind of encourage people to go to the lots and to create and to keep the on-street meters available so they turn over a little more. So I'd like to make an amendment, actually, that we amend the recommendation that the meters, the on-street meters be enforced till 8 p.m., but that the lots be enforced until 6 p.m. as a part of the working group's recommendation, alternative recommendation that didn't come before us, but I think it's a good one. So I'd like to put that as an amendment.
Councilor Ryan, do you accept the amendment that Councilor?
I agree, I accept that.
Thank
All
you.
right. Now, any discussion on the amendment as offered by Councilor Lovely on this matter for time? Any other members of the council? Councilor Pinto at large.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the original one was to 6, right? So now we're going to 8. Is that correct? Didn't we,
For the on-street meters,
for the on-street meters?
but the lots will be 6.
The lots will be 6.
Right.
So your amendment is to 8.
for the, right, for the on-street meters, but the lots to be 6. Before, it was scaling everything back to
Okay,
6.
all right, thank you. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Pence, you clear? Anyone else speak on the ordinance, first passage? Councilor Pelletier, you have your hand up?
No, I'm going to have another amendment,
Now, sir?
if you're ready.
You're recognized for another amendment?
Yeah, I didn't make that as an amendment, I just spoke to
Oh.
that issue. But I want to amend it to the residents downtown who have a resident pass, as well as the people who have an existing pass for either garage, be allowed that the parking board will come up with a separate sticker that allows them to park in the parking lots, whether it be Crombie and Essex, the Y, Church Street. They'll have a separate sticker that allows them to park only from 5 PM and on during the weeknights and all day Saturday.
Council, there'll be enough stickers on the windshield that drivers won't be able to see. All right, any remarks on that? That's, I'm sorry,
You
sir.
seen the back window of your car?
Councilor Ryan, do you accept this?
I believe
What do you
that we
amend?
put on, we had separate orders going to look at the resident sticker parking, and that was kind of included. I don't think you need to put it onto this. We're gonna be looking at all that with the snow emergency parking, the resident sticker parking. I mean, that doesn't need to be added onto this, I don't believe.
Councilor
That's just going to
Pelletier.
be too long. That's just going to
Clarified.
be too long for these people. We implement this now, and we don't get our act together and do something about it. I want it done tonight. I'd like to have this amendment in there, so these folks that live in the downtown, who again, they pay for the parking, the resident parking pass, they pay for their garage passes, can park.
Madam City Clerk, do you have the amendment now to the amendment that Councilor Lovely has made to the ordinance proposed by Councilor Ryan? Has that been seconded? Has Councilor Pelletier's recommendation been seconded? No seconded, out of order. Councilor Lovely, no, his amendment. Now we'll act on yours, ma'am.
Is mine seconded?
Yes, your amendment that we changed the time. You have that, Madam City Clerk?
I don't have who seconded it.
You have that language, Councilor?
You asked, she asked you if you, so.
Yeah, so, I mean, I take the friendly amendment, but then someone has to second it.
You accepted it, Councilor
I did
Ryan.
accept
The
it.
friendly
All right.
Okay, doesn't need a second.
That's it. All in favor of first passage of the ordinance as amended? Is that right, Council, City Clerk?
Gonna pass the amendment.
I can't hear.
Ordinance, we're voting, so.
It says first
Committee
passage,
report.
yeah.
We got to vote. Vote on the first one, John, before we vote on the amendment?
Where,
They accepted as
who's on
friendly
first base, Councilor? It says first passage.
We're voting on acceptance report. The ordinance is the next one I'm bringing
That's
up.
correct.
Ordinances
What does the
until
City
end.
Clerk, I can't, does she recommend we move on this matter? As amended by Councilor Lovely? Councilor Lovely, help me out.
Want to know what the amendment was?
On-street meters till 8 PM
All
and
street-
lots till 6 PM.
Everyone's nodding their heads. I don't,
Yeah, on-street meters until 8 PM. Everything
all-
else is the same.
so everyone's understands it? All in favor?
Roll call vote,
Oh.
Mr. President. Roll call vote.
Would you clarify,
Councilor Pinto,
Mr.
what-
President, what we're voting
Councilor
on?
Pelletier, you had your chance. Councilor Pinto had his hand up first. Councilor Pinto, you have a remarks?
I'm just requesting a roll call vote on it, that's all.
I see three hands. I saw three hands. Councilor Pelletier,
Would you
remarks?
clarify what we're voting on?
We're voting on the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole regarding a public hearing for the purpose of, committee regarding the traffic ordinance amendments relative to comprehensive parking plan recommended, has considered said matter and recommend the first passage is amended by deleting Sunday meter enforcement and meter enforcement Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Amended by Councilor Lovely.
And that's in the body of Council Ryan's amendment.
Is that correct, Councilor
You
Lovely?
vote on that?
Wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute. Let's hear from the chairman. Councilor Lovely.
Mr. President, on page 12, it's the top committee report that we're doing. I think you read the one that was just below it. Councilor Ryan offered the following committee of the whole report.
Oh, the top one on 12.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, ma'am.
It's okay.
Is the council clear now?
No.
Clear? Councilor Pelletier, are you clear?
Is.
Just, I'm recognizing just for clarity. Do you understand?
That's what I want to know. I'm asking the chair, is Councilor Lovely's amendment rolled into the body of Councilor
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's all one vote.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The clerk will call the roll.
We have to accept the report first, don't we?
All in favor? Or the roll call, you? Roll call. Clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Ronan?
Yes.
Counselor Creevy?
No.
Counselor Pinto?
No.
Counselor Pelletier?
Yes.
Counselor O'Keefe?
Yes.
Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Lovely?
Yes.
Counselor Fury?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
On the matter of the adoption of the recommendation of the Committee on the Whole, the vote is 9 in favor, 2 opposed, 0 present. I declare the matter adopted as amended. Councilor Lovely.
Move for immediate reconsideration in hopes that it does not prevail.
Councilor Lovely moves for immediate reconsideration and hope it will not prevail. All in favor of immediate reconsideration?
Favor.
Favor. How many? 2?
Favor.
3? Opposed?
Opposed.
Unanimous. Opposed.
Personal privilege?
Councilor Pelletier.
I'd just like to thank the
Wait a
council
minute,
on
are you
behalf
asking
of my...
for a
co-
point of personal privilege to
Yes.
speak on, yes. Yes, sir. Go
I'd
ahead.
like to thank the council for respecting my folks downtown that live in the condos here and not accepting the amendment. I hope we can get to this relatively quickly because you don't believe the emails I get, all right, and phone calls about the parking downtown. But January 1st is going to change. Thank you.
Councilor, the council receives the same messages and we respond the same way as you know. All right?
Yeah, right.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Ryan,
Off the
another
chair.
order?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. In City Council, June 23rd, 2011, the Committee of the Whole, to whom it was referred, the matter regarding the traffic ordinance amendments relative to the comprehensive parking plan has considered said matter and would recommend first passage as amended by deleting Sunday meter enforcement, and that meter enforcement take place Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. only. And I think we have to, because we changed the other one,
Right.
it's going to include on-street meters being enforced and Monday through Saturday until 8 p.m.
Does the clerk have that language?
Yes.
And the lot's till 6 p.m.
Does the clerk have that?
And the lot's till 6 p.m. Yeah, the lot, yeah.
Are remarks on the acceptance of the report? Remarks on
Well, you
the?
have to accept the report.
Yes. All in favor of accepting the report? Opposed? Remarks, Councilor?
This is the ordinance changes that need to take place behind the scenes in order for the first thing we passed, the parking plan, to
All right.
function.
Any remarks on the ordinance as proposed? Councilor Fury at
I
large.
think it's a matter of time that we're going to go to Sundays, eventually. I think we're going to go to Sundays. We're paying Sunday down Salem Willows already. People who want to park down Salem Willows are already paying on Sunday. I think it's just a matter of time. The town of Rockport is paying Sunday to park. So I think it's just a matter of time. I think it's going to be a matter of time also, they're going to extend it to 8 o'clock again, because we're undermining the Parking Commission's report. Some of the recommendations of the Parking Commission requires money. Realigning Riley Plaza, repainting Riley Plaza, computerized meters, card meters, Visa meters, and everything else. That costs money. And the more we undermine, the more we compromise and dilute this, saying, oh, we don't want to pay for Sunday, and we don't want to pay from after 6 o'clock, we're going to pay for it in the long run by not enforcing this Parking Commission. So I think it's a matter of time that we will go into these things.
Any other further remarks on this matter, on this ordinance, proposed ordinance? Hearing none?
No, actually.
Councilor Ryan,
I
again?
just want to respond, I mean, we have to take in consideration Councilor Pelletier, the ward councilors downtown, the residents who live down there. We can't thrust this all on them. This actually, we need to get the other things and the other committees up, and then we can look at the whole thing, but we can't just thrust everything on them. These people need a break. I mean, we have to look at both sides, the residents as well as the business. And I think we're being pretty generous with what we came out of it. I mean, I'm glad we got this thing even out of the committee, let alone getting the meters till 8. I mean, that was a good compromise. But there's other things that need to be done before you can even think about a Sunday enforcement or the other enforcement. But I think this is a good start, and then it forces us to address those other issues that need to be addressed quickly. Thank you.
Councilor Lovely at large.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just quickly, I understand that Rockport charges, but even the city of Boston doesn't charge on Sundays. You know what, let's ease into this. You know, let's give our residents a break on Sundays. Come on down, it's not gonna cost you to park. Come down and patronize all the businesses downtown. Well, let's do this and see how it goes. If at some point we need to go back and enforce on Sundays, we'll take a look and we'll do it. But right now, let's give our residents and our visitors a break on Sundays. Thank you.
Any other further remarks? Hearing none, the clerk will call the yeas and the nays on the matter of first passage of the comprehensive parking plan.
We need three hands.
Councilor Ryan?
Three
Need
hands?
3 hands for roll call.
3 hands?
You got it.
3 hands. Clerk will please call the yeas and the nays.
Counselor Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Ronan?
Yes.
Counselor Prevey?
No.
Counselor Pinto?
No.
Counselor Pelletier?
Yes.
Counselor O'Keefe?
Yes.
Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Lovely?
Yes.
Counselor Fury?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
On the matter of the first passage of the comprehensive parking plan, I declare 9 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent. I declare adopted for first passage. Councilor Lovely.
Move for immediate reconsideration in the hopes that it does
Councilor
not
Lovely
prevail.
moves immediate reconsideration. Hope that it will not prevail. All in favor of immediate reconsideration. Hope it will not prevail.
Opposed.
2? 2? 1. I see 1 hand. 2 hands. All opposed? Opposed. Denied. Councilor Ryan, again.
Thank you, Mr. President. City Council, June 23rd, 2011. The Committee of the Whole, to whom is referred the matter, public hearing for the purpose of making South Pine Street a one-way. Proposed direction allowed would be entering from Essex Street only. Has considered said matter and would recommend a trial period of 180 days.
All in favor of accepting the report of the Committee of the Whole? Opposed? Remarks? Recommendation, Councilor?
We had, thank you, Mr. President, we had a public hearing. Some residents came from South Pine Street. This order, petition came in, I believe, under Councilor McCarthy back in May, and it's been sitting in the committee, and finally got around to it with the backlog. This is off Essex Street, almost across from the Coles and Mandy's. It's a two-way street, and then before I came to that meeting that day, it was the first time I ever driven down that street, and I think it should be a one-way. The Lieutenant Brzezinski was here, and he wasn't, either way, I mean, he would go with the council on this one. He wasn't sure on the trial period of 180 days, whether we could do 180 days, or if it was 60 days or 90 days, but check with the city clerk, and there's no limit on what we can do. So we were gonna propose doing the one-way. The only issue was, Lieutenant Brzezinski said that they should be parking on the other side of the street, which they wouldn't be able to park. It wouldn't work out that way, so that was the only issue that we run into. But we want to do a trial period for approximately 6 months and see how it works.
Can I ask you a question, Council? So the
Yes.
one-way is from Warren to Essex, coming out into Essex from Warren, is that correct?
No, it's from in Essex out.
in.
It's from Essex Street in, because the problem was
Thank
people coming out, if they went the other way, their cars are coming around the corner where that ASAP drains is, and you really don't, you have a hard time seeing cars coming, so they want to reverse it the other way. Right now, it's two-way. Make it one-way going from Essex Street out
I
to Warren.
understand. All right. Thank you for clarification. All in favor? Opposed? So voted. Unanimous. 180-day trial.
Yeah.
Come right up, sir.
Further committee reports, Councilor Lovely.
Mr. President. City of Salem and City Council, June 23rd, 2011. The Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom is referred the matter of taxi fare increases, has considered said matter and would recommend a temporary $1 per fare increase to expire on or before January 1st, 2012, and that the subcommittee submit its recommendation for a zoning amendment at the first meeting in September 2011.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor, opposed? On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we have the matter of taxi fare increases in committee. We formed a subcommittee led by Councilor Pelletier. He's been meeting with the taxi companies and livery companies to rework our ordinance. It's an old ordinance. It needs to be brought up to date. I'm actually going to turn it over to Councilor Pelletier to give the council the report.
Thank you, Councilor Lovely. Councilor Pelletier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. We have to rewrite the ordinance, okay? But it's going to take some time. We're off in August, so I'm asking, in speaking with the cab owners, I'm asking for $1 across the board raise for them just temporary. We set a time specific for January, but we also set a time specific for the subcommittee to report back to the Committee on Law, Science, and Legal Affairs before, on or before the first meeting in September. Hopefully, the city solicitor will give us a new draft check sheet so the whole committee can look at it. We're looking at various things. We want to tighten up this ordinance. We want courteous drivers out there. We want clean cabs. We want respectable drivers, and we also want, I'm not averse to the cab drivers making money. I mean, they need to make some money with the gas as high it is. A couple of years back, we gave them an increase. We had to take that away. There's several things. I gave all the city councilors all the ordinance for Peabody, Beverly, Danvers. I'd like you to look through them. If you have any suggestions, put them in writing, give them to the city clerk as soon as possible, because I have to rewrite this ordinance relatively over the summer, and opinions will be taken into consideration. I'll be meeting with other members of the committee, Councilor O'Keefe and Councilor Sosnowski, and we'll be drafting this, but I just for, out of fairness, I think the cab drivers need a raise, should get a raise, and they shouldn't have to wait till the fall until we institute a new ordinance. So I'd ask for your consideration in voting on this tonight. Thank you.
Council Pelletier, I didn't get a copy of that. After the meeting, can you get me a copy of that?
There were 11 printed. I'll give you this one.
All right, I don't need it right now.
I have a ton of them, yeah.
All right, any,
Does everybody have one? Yeah.
I don't need it.
Okay. Well, city clerk printed 11, but we'll get you one.
You got one, city clerk?
Support.
What's that?
Okay, any further discussion?
Wait a minute.
Any further discussion? No. Oh, Council Pelletier?
Roll call vote.
Okay, that's a roll call vote, free hands. City clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Ronan?
Yes.
Counselor Prevey?
Yes.
Counselor Pinto?
Yes.
Counselor Pelletier?
Yes.
Counselor O'Keefe?
Yes.
Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Lovely?
Yes.
Counselor Fury?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes. Matter of increase in taxi fares, 11 councilors voting, 11 in the affirmative, the matter carries.
President,
Councilor O'Keefe?
move for immediate reconsideration and hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration, and hopes not, does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Administration and Finance Committee report, the budget, what we're all here for. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we want to entertain a 1-minute recess, or do we want to go right through it? It's up, I'll leave it to the will. Do we want to entertain a 1-minute recess, or just keep going?
Keep going.
2 minutes.
2-minute
2-minute recess?
2-minute recess.
Thank you.
It's gonna be a long night.
We'll get 11 coffees.
I don't want to jeopardize the library.
Here we go.
Before you get Johnny back in the chamber.
Back to Administration and Finance Committee reports, the budget. Council McCarthy.
Wait for you to sit down.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd just like to thank all the department heads, the committee members, Councilor Prevey for taking over for me last night when I couldn't chair for the school portion of it during the deliberations over the overall funding for the budget because of the conflict with my wife being an employee and my sister-in-law being an employee of the school department. All that being said, I want to thank the administration, the finance director, the assistant finance director who keeps giving me all these nice little printed out color-coded sheets with the changes. And as requested by Councilor O'Keefe, everyone has a copy so they can kind of follow along because some of the changes are not reflected in the agenda because some of them weren't, we didn't have a meeting, we had a meeting after this was posted, so we're gonna take it slow, go through it, get through it, but we had 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe 6 meetings over the course of the last month, and there's some recommendations coming out of committee, and I will yield the floor when I need to elaborate on some of those decisions. Some of them I agree with, some of them I didn't agree with. All that being said, are we ready to go, or is?
The mayor, suspend the rules to allow the mayor address council.
Suspension of rules allow the mayor address the council before we adopt the budget, or?
I'll be brief. I just wanted to take a minute to talk about some of the proposed cuts that were being recommended by the Administration and Finance Committee and echo certainly Councilor McCarthy's comments, thanking members of the committee. I think there was a half dozen meetings. Some of them were very long, some of them were very tedious, but I think there was a healthy discussion about a number of items, and I appreciated the opportunity to be able to participate in that, along with department heads who worked hard since the spring to put together budget recommendations. Overall, I believe the committee ended up recommending $120,000 in reductions to the proposed budget, $122,531 in reductions, and I certainly appreciate the role the council plays as the fiscal watchdog, and I do have some concerns about some of those reductions, not all of them, that I would like to advocate for restoration of. And as I said, I'd be brief. I'm going to stick to that mantra. The first reduction that I would like to advocate to restore would be the library cuts. $27,009 was proposed in cuts to the library personnel. This was under the auspices of no employee receiving more than a 2.5% increase. I certainly don't think that's an unreasonable position to stake out. However, in the case of the library, we have individuals who were promoted from within. What I'm reading from has been provided to all of the counselors, a letter from me, and along with a fact sheet highlighting some of the issues that I'm talking about. In the case of the library, we had 3 employees promoted from within. Patricia Allen, promoted in October of 2011. To the children's librarian, Courtney Davis, promoted in October of 2010, to the assistant children's librarian, and Nancy Tracy, our new library director who replaced Lorraine Jackson, promoted this January. Their pay reflects them taking on these additional positions, and we did also include them in the list of exempt employees receiving a 2.5% increase because we will be impacting their health insurance. As you know, we have proposed 2.5% increases. For the bulk of our exempt employees, those are only folks who do not have a collective bargaining union representing them, and that's because we have not finalized negotiations with any of our union employees as of yet. In this instance, reducing that funding will jeopardize our library aid from the state, which totals $50,474. It would also jeopardize patrons' abilities to participate in the Noble Exchange program. So it would be my hope that the full council would consider restoring the number proposed by the administration for the library. The second reduction that I think, while reducing the budget overall will end up costing the city more, would be the cut to the IT/GIS personnel budget in the amount of $6,107. As many of you know, our longtime data processing director, Joanne Rust, has retired. As part of this budget proposal, we combined those two positions into one position, saving the city a total of $37,000. In so doing, we've asked our GIS director to serve as the new IT director, encompassing both jobs. We think he has the skill set to take that on. We have bumped up his pay to reflect the fact that he would be taking on, more or less promoted into the IT spot and taking on these additional duties. And the council committee decided to cut that item. My fear is if we cut that, we'll end up having to hire an IT director, which would cost us substantially more. This savings, by combining them, we felt was worthwhile, again, trying to have a lean and austere budget. If this doesn't happen, Ollie will revert back to the GIS position and we'll have to hire an IT director. I'll actually need to come in for a supplemental. We can't go without that work being done. You know the amount of technology we have in the city, both hardware, servers, software, even the Munis program alone. There's certainly some time and effort. We think we can combine them. We really think it's worthwhile to try that effort, given the skill sets that Ollie possesses, but we need the additional revenue to compensate for that promotion. And it would be my hope that you would restore that funding. The last item I want to speak to in any great detail would be the $50,000 cut to the planning department personnel budget for the energy manager position. Many of you know Paul Marquis. He lives in Salem. He's not here today. He's had some deaths in his family, a death in his family, so he wasn't able to be here. But a number of folks from the Renewable Energy Task Force are here. A number of supporters of the green initiatives in Salem, I think, respect the amount of work that we've done. And this council has partnered with us along that whole way. We were one of the first 35 communities to be designated a green community in the Commonwealth, bringing with that grant dollars. We've worked hard on a number of initiatives that are actually saving the city money. You have the fact sheet. A number of the Renewable Energy Task Force members have talked about what these grants have brought in already to date. Close to $300,000, and certainly savings in energy and other grants pending. Most importantly, I'm concerned about projects that are coming down the pike. We've recently completed a feasibility study on a wind turbine at Winter Island. That will provide us with an opportunity for a net figure of revenue into this community in the six-figure range, at least from the early estimates. It's going to take staff and expertise to manage that type of project. We have further energy projects that we're anxious to get started, including some right in this building in City Hall that the council has appropriated funding for in the Capitol. We're also talking about a bike sharing program. It may not offer direct savings to the city, but it will really cut down on congestion. I think there's some exciting things happening. We think it's worthwhile to fund this position for the next fiscal year, realizing that it was funded with grants before. A portion of the salary can be offset by grants. We mentioned that during the hearing, but we don't have those grants in hand, so we did not want to plan for that accordingly in the budget. That's why the full amount has been requested. I think in essence that position saves us more money, as do the other two, when you factor in hiring an IT person or losing state aid, or in this case, certainly not being able to take advantage of our green community designation. The last item I would raise would have to do with compensation for exempt employees. As I mentioned, we are not in a position to offer increases in salary without some sort of offset in benefits. Exempt employees, we proposed a 2.5% increase in exchange for a 2% buyback of health insurance. Employees will be picking up a greater share of those costs. That's a $10 million plus annual expense for the city. So this is this payer mix, switching it up a bit so that employees will be paying more, is certainly beneficial to the city. There are 7 positions for which we are requesting higher than 2.5% increase. And I realize that's a hard thing to consider and a hard thing to ask. Public employees in particular are always in the crosshairs of increased salaries and trying to make those increases affordable. But we also are trying to employ and professionalize the operations in Salem. We have a really qualified staff, and in 7 positions, looking at a salary survey of a dozen communities, and I've attached the salary survey to the information, many of you had it in advance, we have positions that are well below what they're being paid in other similar communities for like work. In those instances, we have requested higher increases than 2.5%. Again, I know that's hard to do. I certainly don't think it's unreasonable to stake out a position that you're not going to increase salaries beyond 2.5%, as members of the Administration and Finance Committee did. I hope you don't think it's unreasonable for me to propose a higher increase for 7 positions that fall well out of line of surrounding communities, which makes it difficult for us to retain and keep quality employees. The cost of turnover, retraining people, bringing new bodies on board, there is a cost to that. And when we have good people, to see them leave because they can make more money someplace else, and then we hire somebody new and pay the higher amount, just seems silly to me. So for the finance director, the chief aide, the parking director, the purchasing agent, the human resources director, the project manager, and the public works director, we think slightly higher increases are warranted. I recognize it's hard, but I wouldn't be asking if I didn't think it was worthwhile, both in the short term and the long term. For these individuals certainly are qualified, but more importantly for these positions to be able to keep and attract really qualified applicants. And with that, I certainly will be here and able to answer any questions as you go through your deliberations further. And I want to thank Rich and Nina, our finance director and assistant finance director, for the work they did putting this budget together, providing information as requested, and doing another excellent job. As you know, our budgets each and every year have received the Distinguished Budget Award for the last 3 years. It's a commendation from the Government Finance Officers Association. I think it speaks to the level of professionalism we have in preparing this document for you and for members of the public who are interested. So thank you.
McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the Committee on Administration and Finance, with regard to the Department of the Mayor, the recommendation from committee is to approve the budget as presented, which would be approval of personnel line item, the amount of $269,953, non-personnel expenses in the amount of $90,000 for a total of $359,953.
On this, do I do acceptance of the report, Madam City Clerk? On acceptance of the report, all those in favor, opposed? On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. We had, the mayor was here for almost every minute of every budget meeting we had. She came in, there was a few instances where she was a few minutes late for, due to other commitments. The mayor presented her budget. We went through it, reviewed it. This happens to be one of those instances where, as the mayor just referred to her chief aide, in which the recommendation from committee was to approve the raise of up to the percentage that was requested, so the recommendation out of committee was to approve.
Thank you. Council Ronan?
Yes, Mr. President, I serve on that committee, and I had made a unsuccessful motion to reduce the amount of this allocation. And my reasons for that were this. This budget comes in at about $130,900,000 and some change. It's an increase of about 3.98% if you take a look at what they're going to charge for real estate taxes this year. So I'm looking anywhere I can to cut and reduce this budget. And several positions in this budget, I certainly think we could cut and save money without losing anybody or losing any services. The very first department that came before the Committee on Administration and Finance, I tried to see if I could get a consensus of committee members to agree upon a ceiling for the maximum we would allow for a raise this year. The mayor was actually the one that came up with the 2.5% figure. It was her position that for the most part, raises of non-union employees would be limited to 2.5%. That being the case, I took the position, and I think it's a sound position to take, that all raises should be limited to 2.5% this year. If you take a look at what the surrounding communities are doing over at Beverly, there's no raises this year. In Peabody, there are no raises this year. Yet, this particular department would give the mayor's chief of staff a 7.5% raise. I think that we should limit the mayor's chief of staff raise to 2.5%. If we did that, we could save from this particular department, the first line item, $3,408. So it would be my proposal that we reduce the amount that we approve under the mayor's personnel line item by $3,408, and reduce the total amount of the mayor's department down by that same amount, making a total of $356,545. I think we should be consistent. I think no one should get a raise of greater than 2.5%. There's nothing personal, but that's, if it's good for one person, it's good for somebody else. And in this particular case, it's not like we're going to lose a good valued worker. We're still going to have him. Unfortunately, he's not going to be paid as much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ronan, Council Lovely, then Council Fury.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's never popular, I guess, to give out raises, especially to public employees or politicians, because the general public doesn't usually like it. I reviewed the salary survey as best as I could. It's in about a 4 font.
Not on purpose.
Even with my readers, it was difficult, but I did get through it. It appears that a number of our employees here in the city are lower than their counterparts in our surrounding cities, especially our sister cities of Beverly and Peabody, which I usually compare us to. Having said that, I'd like to make an amendment, actually. I think I've talked with a number of councilors. I won't speak for them, and I know some people are struggling with giving out 7.5% raises, or it actually would be, based on that, it'd be a 5% raise plus that 2.5%. I think all these employees absolutely deserve these raises to bring their salaries at least start to even approach what their counterparts are in other communities. But what my amendment would be to pass the 2.5% raise, as many employees are getting in the city. And then at the beginning of the calendar year, in January, institute the balance of the raise for each of these 7 employees. It would range anywhere from a half percent if you're getting a 3% raise, to 5% if you're getting a 7.5% raise. The savings to the city would be about $7,800. And I think, Council, that's what you're looking for, is to save some money. So I think it's a good compromise that we do this. I think it gets us there. It doesn't get us there, on July 1st, but it gets us there on January 1st. And I think that I'd like to make that amendment that each of these 7 employees, because I know we're going to probably go through each one, gets their 2.5% raise beginning of the fiscal year, and then the balance of the raise, whatever it might be, ranging from 0.5% for some employees up to 5% for some, on January 1st. Thank you.
Council Lovely. Council Fury.
As a member of the Administration and Finance Committee, and I strongly support the Chairman McCarthy's motion tonight, not necessarily the amendment, our department heads, and many of them are here tonight, are in a league of their own. They're hardworking, they're dedicated, and they're professional. From Jason to all of you down on this first motion. In the midst of a perfect storm economy of budget cuts and freezes, they have risen to the occasion by working even harder under stressful conditions, whether as a ward councillor or as a council at large or as a member of the public, citizens. They are there to help and serve. The administration surveyed neighboring cities and towns to bring the salaries to a professional and competitive level. We need to have them stay and not go for greener pastures elsewhere. And to compromise is to possibly give these people an opportunity to go elsewhere. We have the best and brightest all around us. Administration of Finance, we went through these 6 meetings. Mr. Fiscay, Director of Finance, rattle off figures. Nina, right over here, rattle off figures out of the head. Amazing. What Mr. Fiscay has saved in his own budget is many more times the salary that we're going to give him. Many more times. Each town employee, each employee of the city of Salem in their paychecks will now get how many sick days, how many personal days they have available. That's never been done. In my 38 years of teaching in Lynn, I never had it available. How up to date, 21st century are we by saving all the things in the police department, fire department contracts that Mr. Viscay and other department people have done over this year, and we're compromising. We did the same compromise, Council Lovely, with the school committee, and wanting it down to $3,000 from $4,500, from $6,000 to $4,500 to $3,000. The message is not clear. How many people are running for school committee? One. One more candidate. We need to attract the best and brightest people. We have them in this room, right here. And to demean and diminish this by this amendment, I'm opposed to this amendment. I believe in a full-scale recommendation by the mayor on only 7 employees out of how many employees in the city of Salem. So I believe the recommendation of the Administration and Finance, chaired by Councilor McCarthy, is the right motion to make, starting with Jason Silva.
Thank you, Council Fury. Council Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. President. When this first came into committee, well, it was one of the first ones that came into committee at 7.5. There was a lot of 2.5. And my brother across the aisle, Councilor Ronan, drew the line in the sand and said 2.5%. As we get in more to the budget, I really think that 2.5% is a good raise, especially in this economy. And due to the fact that I believe our largest taxpayer is closing the door, and that's something to look at. That's coming down the road. That's inevitable. But if you're lucky enough to have a job in this economy, I think 2.5% is a good raise. I also think it's a fair raise if it's given evenly. I don't think that, I know we're trying to keep up with Peabody and we're trying to keep up with Beverly. I'm just worried about Salem. And I think if we be fair and give a 2.5% raise, I really don't believe we'll lose these people. I mean, the economy out there, there's not a lot of jobs. I think people are going to be happy with the 2.5%. And to keep it down, keep the tax down, try to keep our tax down by doing that. So I will not support the amendment of raising it at the first of the year. I will support 2.5% as my colleague in the Administration and Finance Committee did. Thank you.
Any further discussion, Council Sosnowski?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, when you look at the overall budget, I look at it a couple of percentage points here, a couple of percentage points there, and quite honestly, it doesn't amount to an awful lot relative to the bigger picture. All right. However, principles need to be adhered to, and even in this first particular case, Jason's a friend of mine. At least he was until after I vote, maybe. But I mean, 2.5. I'm going to adhere to that absolutely, right to the nail. Because quite honestly, all the people that pay these taxes wish they had a 2.5% increase, and most of them don't. Most of them are level funded right now. So right now, I mean, anything that goes above 2.5% on a raise, I will not be supporting. With the exception of the library, that's a different situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Sosnowski. Council Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's be clear here, all right? Unions, they get their 2.5 every year. These department heads, as long as I've been on the council, haven't gotten nothing, maybe 1-2% raise, okay, in 8 years. So we're just trying to get them where they were. I would consider Council Lovely's amendment if that's the will of the body. But you're looking at city engineer, public works director, they're on call 24/7. Water breaks, snow plowing, you name it. 24/7, just like us. All right? Rich Viscay, he probably puts in 90 hours a week during the budget cycle and then some. I think it's wrong for us not to pass this. And in the following years, then the raises will be equal. Right now, I don't want to go down the road of the last city engineer, okay, that we lost to Beverly, and now he's doing double duty, not only as a city engineer, but the facilities maintenance for the schools, saving them a ton of money. So, let's be practical here, council. These people work for us. We don't want them to go out of town. We can get a new engineer, new public works director, maybe for less money. But what do they know about the system and the streets and the piping? What do they know? Nothing. it's gonna take them some time to gear up and realize how many problems we have and programs going on. Thank you.
Councilor Pelletier, any further discussion? Councilor Ronan?
Yes, Mr. President, just looking back, I have both the fiscal year 2011 budget and the fiscal year 2010 budget. It is true that some positions, some departments don't have increases, but this particular department has had an increase every year. Last year, his salary went from 66 to 68,000, and this year there's another, as I said, 7.5% raise proposed. So
How many are you talking about?
I'm talking about specifically the position of the mayor's chief of staff.
I didn't.
He received raises both last year.
I wasn't
and
talking about that.
So, with respect to that, you know, this motion before us, I think we should hold the line. I also don't think that it's our function. We really can't tell the mayor, the executive, what to do in the middle of the year. Basically, we set the budget now. The money is allocated for spending on salaries and other things. We can't tell the mayor that she can go ahead and give a raise mid-year. All we can really do is allocate the amount of money for her department. And what would essentially have to do is, if we were going to go by Councilor Lovely's compromises, you'd have to allocate more than 2.5% now so she could see, so she could effectuate the raise, you know, at some point in time mid-year. But that's really not our function. Our function is, you know, today, what are we going to establish as the budget going forward, starting July 1st, next fiscal year? I think we should hold the line at 2.5%, Mr. President.
Councilor O'Keefe?
Recognize Council Ward 4, Jerry Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Raising someone's salary is never easy, especially in municipal government. When we looked at the mayor's salary a couple of years ago, I thought we would never, ever get the increase going from 80 to 100, but we were able to get a compromise and make it look at the position and not so much the person. As far as like the mayor's office, I've known Jason for like 10 years. I mean, he is an asset to the city of Salem. I don't know how he does all the stuff he does with 3 kids. Now he's throwing more on his plate with the city council in Beverly.
Understanding wife.
You wouldn't be here right now. But when you look at the position, like we looked at the assistant city clerk's position, and you look at the other surrounding communities and you see like they're not even in the ballpark. These people are gonna look to those other communities to get a job because they can get paid more money and people respect what they do. And I just wanna make sure that we're fair. And I know the other communities didn't have a raise, but those people are getting paid more money than the people in Salem. And it's tough when everyone's taxes are going up. It's never an easy time for a raise. I mean, look at the school committee, we went through that. But I think that we should support, the mayor makes the recommendation, we could make these cuts. I mean, she could still give them the raise and make the cut somewhere else. It's her decision. We can't line item cut stuff. But I mean, I'm in support of the raises. I think these people are well deserving. And I think that, the timing is never gonna be right. But I just don't wanna lose some of these people to another community. And I think these people are an asset to the city of Salem. And I think that we should support the mayor on this. Thank you.
You wish to retain that position,
Yes, thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Being the chair of the committee that sat through these deliberations, and hopefully we're going to take the time on the first department, and then I know that the discussion will pretty much be the same with regard to the rest of them. That being said, I understand the position of the increase, and I also understand Councilor Lovely's amendment to it, because in some instances, a 7.5% raise is a difficult issue to swallow. But at the same time, as I think when you look at what we do with the fire department in years past, where we take on two firefighters in January in order to only assume one salary for the year, and get 2 people on in January, then roll that into the next year, so you take half the hit. I think that we've done that previously. I think that makes sense, and I would support Council Lovely's, because I think with regard to, this one came out of committee with a recommendation for the approval, and I know that right now that I believe, I'd have to flip through the notes that I don't have with me from Eileen. I believe that Councilor Pinto initially supported that, but I understand that after the deliberations, because it was one of the first departments to come through, his position is the 2.5, which I understand and I respect. But at the same time, I also respect Council Lovely with regards to all the positions that we're going to talk about. And I think that when you look at that, it's 2.5 now, but it's the balance of whatever it is in January, which effectively means if it's a 7.5% raise, then it's basically a 5% raise in January. So it kind of rolls it in gradually as the pay and advances it, and then we prepare ourselves for next year's budget. So I will second Councilor Lovely's motion.
Thank you. We have two amendments right now. We have Councilor Ronan on cutting it to down to $356,545 total. Was there a second on Councilor Ronan?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Sosnowski. So I think I'm going to take that one first, and then do Councilor Lovely's. If there's any other discussion before we do the vote. So the first vote will be Councilor Ronan's amendment to cut personnel to $266,545 and change the total to $356,545. Is that the correct number?
Roll call vote, please.
Wait a minute. Isn't the recommendation out of committee to, that's the first vote, there's a recommendation out of committee. Then Councilor Ronan did an amendment for a cut. Then I did an amendment for amendment.
So we'll vote on the original. Councilor McCarthy.
I would agree with that assessment, and also, since the proposed cut is from the personnel line item, rather than go approve personnel and then the total, if you just do the personnel line item, and then if that effectively changes or doesn't change, then you can proceed forward and then go to the expenses and then to the total. So the proposed cut is in the personnel line item, so if we deal with that, the amendment would be to reduce that first, which then would in turn reflect the whole total. But my argument would be that if you take it on the basis of first the personnel cut, which is reflective of the 2.5%, and then the amendment, you know what I'm saying? Because if you do the whole total, it just kind of makes it, you have to do it 3 times. But anyway, I'll leave it up to you.
All right, so do we have to vote on, the original recommendation was the total $359,953.
Yeah, it's semantics, but I think we only vote on the total.
How do you? It isn't semantics, you have to do each one individually, just the way we did it in the budget. That's why they're written in front of us.
You want to vote personnel and then non-personnel. If you vote the bottom line, then you have the autonomy to change everything without.
All right, so just voting on like the personal line number, the $269,953, the first thing?
Yes.
Okay. On the personal line, personal amount in $269,953. Do we have roll call vote on that?
Yes.
Roll call vote. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Sosnowski?
No.
Council Sargent?
No.
Council Ronan?
No.
Council Prevey?
No.
Council Pinto?
No.
Council Pelletier?
Yes.
Council O'Keefe?
Yes.
Council McCarthy?
No.
Council Lovely?
No.
Council Fury?
Yes.
Council Ryan?
Yes. The matter of personnel amount in the amount of $269,953. 11 councilors voting, 4 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The matter fails. On Councilor Ronan's amendment, I believe a second, to cut personnel by $3,408, which would bring the amount to $266,545.
Correct.
Is that correct? Do you want a roll call vote on
Yes,
that?
please.
Yeah.
Roll call vote, 3 hands. Okay, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counsel Sargent,
No.
Counsel Ronan,
Yes.
Counsel Prevey,
Yes.
Counsel Pinto,
Yes.
Counsel Pelletier,
No.
Counsel O'Keefe,
No.
Counsel McCarthy,
No.
Counsel Lovely,
No.
Counsel Fury,
No.
Counsel Ryan.
No. On the personnel amount in the amount of $266,545, 11 councilors voting, 4 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, the matter fails. On the personnel amount with Council Lovely, I don't have that amount. Do you have the-
That would be $1,704.17.
do you know what the total?
Yeah.
You can't do pennies. Hold on, sorry.
Actually,
Good
I
one.
have the number. If,
Do you have the number?
What's the number?
if you, in your proposal, it would be less $1,797, so the amended line would be 268,156.
268, 156. Thank you. Could you give me the new total too, please?
Yeah, what's the new total?
$358,156.
No.
Roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call vote, 3 hands. 3. Okay, on, Madam City call the roll. This is for the amount of $268,156 personnel. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that would be the 2.5% raise now and then
yes, the balance
the
on
balance
January 1.
in January 1st. Madam City Call. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Counsel Sosnowski,
No.
Counsel Sargent,
Yes.
Counsel Ronan,
No.
Counsel Prevey,
No.
Counsel Pinto,
No.
Counsel Pelletier,
Yes.
Counsel O'Keefe,
Yes.
Counsel McCarthy,
Yes.
Counsel Lovely,
Yes.
Counsel Fury,
Yes.
Counsel Ryan.
Yes. On the mayor's personnel in the amount of $268,156, 11 councilors voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, the matter carries.
President, I move for immediate reconsideration. I hope it does not prevail.
Council Pelletier asks for immediate reconsideration, hopes not, does not prevail. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, then we got to vote on the total, the non-personnel expense. Mayor's non-personnel expense, the amount of $90,000. All those in favor? All those in favor? Opposed? On the total, $358,156. Is that the correct total? All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Just one request, if perhaps we have a number of residents here who are volunteers on boards that I think are waiting for the renewable energy manager position, and if I would beg the council indulgence to see if we could advance the planning department budget, rather, I think we're going, I don't know what order we're going in, but I think it looked way down on my list, and since folks are here, just wondering if that would be okay to take it out of order.
Council McCarthy.
I'll make it.
No, go ahead. No, you need to make the motion, go ahead. Take the motion.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we take the planning department out of order.
Council McCarthy moves that we take the planning department out of order. Any objection? Nope. I'm gonna go to the planning department.
Thank you, Mr. President. Planning department
18.
is tab 18, if anyone's got their budget book. Thank you, Mr. President. In the planning department, we had Lynn Duncan, the planning director, in. She ran through her accomplishments, and upon review of Lynn's budget, the only recommendation coming out of committee was on page 8-197, with specifically regard to Mr. Marquis, who we've heard about earlier today, which would be in the planning department personnel. Councilor Ronan offered the amendment to reduce that line by a cut of $50,000. we kind of rounded what the cut was, but came up with $50,000, an even number. The recommendation out of committee was to cut the planning department personnel and the amount of that. We've heard various arguments this evening with regards to why that should be kept, so I will yield the floor to anybody who wishes to discuss that.
All right, so this is on acceptance of the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Adoption recommendation under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we approve the personnel line item for the planning department in the amount that's listed, $206,290, and then that would be under discussion.
Council McCarthy moves personnel amount in the $206,290, and that's with the cut of the
That's with-
$50,000?
That line item reflects the cut of the $50,000 that we've just referenced. That was the recommendation coming out of committee. The way it's presented on the agenda, that's the way I have to present it. So the recommendation would be to approve the personnel in that amount, and then after we deliberate on that, then we can approve the rest of the budget. While I have the floor, I mean, I did not support this cut in committee. I believe that under the recommendation from the mayor, we had a discussion about this outside of the meeting as well, and I believe that that position needs to fund itself, and that's the reason why this cut was proposed, is because it was fully grant funded, now it's not. But the recommendation of the mayor, and the mayor said during the deliberations, during the meeting, was that she tussled herself with regard to this, putting this position in the budget and rolling it over into the budget. And she believes, and I believe that he needs, I mean, I hate when we reference as a person. I mean, I believe that position, obviously there's someone in that position, but that position has merit and needs the chance to at least have one more year, and I think the body that's sitting in this room a year from now will debate whether or not we made the right decision on that position. But I believe that position needs to be funded for at least one more year and allow him to move forward with some of the projects he has underway, and to try to see if we actually can retain some money from that. So the recommendation is for that amount, but I will not be supporting that.
Thank you, Council McCarthy. Council Lovely, then Council Ronan, then Council
Mr. President, I want to rise in support of restoring this position to the budget. If you look at, on our desk, if you look at this with Salem Energy Manager position highlights, if you take a look at that, and so this position is a $50,000 position that we heard earlier this evening. I believe up to 10% would be able to be grant funded, but the remainder would be on the city budget side. But I'd like to just bring to your attention, if you look at the grants awarded due to the efforts of the energy manager, if you put if you take $1 out of this pocket to pay him, for those grants, we're putting $6 in this pocket. So it may be coming out of the city side, but we're saving, the grants that we're receiving, we're putting back in for $6 on this side. For the grants pending, it's over $1 million. For every dollar we take out to pay this man, he's putting $50 back in the other pocket. $50 for all those grants that are pending. For savings, attributed directly to the projects, the LED street lights, the energy performance contracts, DEP water conservation program, solar programs. For every dollar we're taking out of this pocket to pay that position, we're getting $2.60 back in this pocket. And I could go on. Down at the bottom, grants that are managed or co-managed. For every dollar that we're taking out to pay this position, grants are coming in that we're putting $15 in that pocket. So if you add up all those dollars, it's probably more than, for every dollar we're paying this position, we're getting $100 back for every single dollar. How do we say no to this position? How do we eliminate this position? I'm dumbfounded why would we would even consider it. This is a position that, that we need to continue to fund, because we need to make we need to be able to make this community greener. We need to be able to save energy. We need to lower decrease our carbon footprint, and this is how we do it. I mean, this is just, going forward, this is how we're going to do it. So, again, I just implore my fellow colleagues, for every dollar we take out pay that salary, we're putting a lot of money back in this pocket. In savings, direct savings, indirect savings. We should fund this position. Thank you.
Council Lovely, Council Ronan, then Council Fier.
Yes, Mr. President. Fiscal 2012, we're facing some real challenges. Not just is the grant money that funded this position going away, but we're losing our ARA funds. And that was about a $3 million stipend that the city of Salem got really in recovery funds to get through the recession. Unfortunately, we're not through the recession, but we're through our ARA funds. We took about a third of those ARA funds and we added them on the school department side in salaried positions. The ARA funding is gone, and those 21 positions remain. This grant funding is gone, and this position remains. So in looking at the budget, there's an exercise in finance that you have to decide, where are we going to cut? We can't afford to assume all of the costs for all of the positions that were funded outside of the city. I know that there's been a lot of touting about this position, and you take a look at all the grants that this gentleman is getting credit for. Unfortunately, those are grants that were written by the planning department. The planning department also has to be given credit for those grants, and the planning department isn't going. This gentleman whose position was grant funded worked under the city planner. It wasn't, he wasn't her boss. It was the other way around. She remains, and his position is not funded. The $1+ million grant that we have for the windmill down at Winter Island is not going away because this position is, but his funding is going away. With respect to the LED lights on the street, is there really a savings there? Well, I wish there was, because, we've read, and it's in this budget, that there's a 68% savings when you switch the lights out on the street side to LED lighting. Last year's budget amount was $675,000 for that item. The year before, the budget amount for that item was $675,000. In this budget, the amount that we're budgeting for streetlights is $675,000. So we're not realizing a savings there. What we are realizing is a loss of grant funding here, and it's a loss that, coupled with all the other losses that we have, we can't afford. We can't afford this $50,000. I want to just point one thing out. When we put together the budget, you figure it out, well, you try to not spend any more money than you have. But essentially, this budget, we're picking up $775,000 in snow and ice removal costs that we couldn't pay for last year. We're only budgeting in this budget $334,000 for snow and ice removal. We know it's going to cost us more than that, so we know we're going to carry that debt forward next year. We are very tight. We can't afford this $50,000 right now. And my position on it would certainly change if it were a grant-funded position, but it's not. We're asked to pay for that position, and I've looked at the numbers. It does not pay for itself. Thank you, Mr. President.
Fury.
Mr. President, fellow members, I strongly concur with Councilor McCarthy, Chairman of the Budget Administration and Finance, and also concur with Councilor Lovely. This is a win-win situation for the city of Salem, and it's a long-term investment. It's better than the stock market. We're investing in Salem. Win-win. Thank you very much.
Council Pelletier, then Council Pinto. Council Pelletier.
Mr. President, I would just ask that you control this meeting and we stay specific on, we're doing one particular part of the budget. We're not in the snow and ice and the schools. We're not in that. Let's keep focused so we can get through this, okay? Thank you. I'm sorry, my back's hurting.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Get out of
I was one of the three that opposed this position, and actually looking out in the audience, a few of the people I've already spoken to about, they had called me, and my reasoning for opposing it was that Lynn Duncan had stated that they could apply for grant funding in the fall to fund this position. So in lieu of, I mean, $50,000 to some people isn't a lot of money. I just look at it as a $50,000 job that's probably going to get a 2.5% raise next year, or maybe a 7%, I don't know. But the thing is, if we can find the funding to grant this position, and I think the Director of Planning said in the fall, so that would be 3 months. If we could get funding to grant the position, I'd like to go that route, and that's why I didn't vote for this particular position. And I've actually worked with Paul. I was liaison to the Park and Rec when he came in and made his presentation to the Park and Rec about the windmill. So I know the man personally. It's not personal, but those were my reasons for not supporting the position. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Creedy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, did not support this position for the same reasons that were identified in terms of, you know, it was a grant-funded position. Now it's going to be a position that the city now picks up the tab. And that's kind of the problem I have when, a lot of times when we get grants from the state, we get grants from the federal government, and then they fund particular positions. Then when those monies that end up being time-limited go away, then the shift ends up being onto the taxpayer. You know, we had some discussion in committee about this, and obviously since then we've all gotten emails about some of the work that Mr. Marquis has done in the position as Energy and Sustainability Manager, and the grants that are pending out there. Now, it would have been nice maybe to get more of an update throughout the year as to what type of work that he has been doing. So I'm actually going to support his position. Like I said, I don't like the fact that the taxpayer is picking it up. I think that looking at it going forward, the council has to take a real look at it next year and see as to whether we should continue to fund this position or not. There's a lot of grants out there, and I think one of the things that convinces me to support this is the fact that we don't become grant eligible for many of these things unless we actually have that position. I don't think it's just a matter of someone else in the planning department can write the grants. I think we got to have that position to really even qualify for these grants. So without his position in and of itself, the absence is going to deny us on the face of getting some of these grant monies moving forward. So much like other things that we'll get to later on, and I'll speak about it, in particular in the golf course, I say we should give it a try, give it a year investment, see where it goes from there, and then the council next year should take a look at it. And I think look at it, and I know the administration will take a look at it too, because I know the mayor had spoken about that too, and Councilor McCarthy had referenced that. So I'll be supporting Councilor Lovely. Did you make a motion, Councilor, or?
No.
Councilor-
McCarthy made a motion.
Councilor
His first, right?
No, my motion was to approve the total, because it's all I can do.
Right, but there's no motion
I'll
that's
make a
coming.
motion to restore the $50,000 to the.
Councilor Lovely makes a
personnel.
motion to restore the 50,000 to put the total to 256, 290. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Fury seconded. Any further discussion? We're going to vote
So-
on
so,
first.
Madam- Mr. President,
I'm
so
gonna-
what is the sum that we have for planning? 263, 565?
256, 290.
Which is it?
On
It's
personnel is 256, 290 is what, with the 50,000 added back on, and the total would go another 50,000, so it's at 263, 565, 65.
That's what I'm asking, that's,
I believe there's personnel and non-personnel. The recommended budget proposed by my office was 256, 290. That would be the budget if you restored the 50,000 for personnel.
right, so I want to support the restoring of the $50,000.
We have a second, but
All right.
the first we're going to vote on is the original personnel amount. And
All right.
$206,290 with the $50,000 cut.
Move the question,
If there's
Mr.
any other
President.
further discussion?
No, move the question.
Okay. Roll call vote or just regular?
No, sure.
We're voting on the cut amount first.
We're voting on the cut amount, which was recommended by the committee, 206, on the personal line, personnel amount of $206,290. The original recommendation of the committee. That's with the $50,000 cut. Regular or roll call vote?
Regular.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed?
Come on, you make it nine. Roll call.
If you're in favor of it.
Of the 206?
Favor you're
Of
cutting.
206, you're cutting the
Okay,
50,000.
no, sorry.
Okay. So if
you're
you're
in
in favor
favor-
of it, you agree cutting the
I
$50,000.
understand, I said the wrong thing. Excuse me, Mr. President.
All right, all those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Matter fails. And then Counselor Lovely's amendment to put the $50,000 back to change the personnel amount to $256,290. All those in favor?
Second.
We already had it, right? All those in favor? Opposed?
Mr.
Matter carries.
Point of personal privilege. Should I, a consensus of the council, I will get up and ask for immediate reconsideration. Can I just have consensus of the council that I won't have to do that and every time, that we won't be changing it tomorrow morning? Otherwise, one of us could go in tomorrow morning within 24 hours and change all these items.
Let's do it in the last item.
So can I have, at the end of it, that'll be, entire budget will be locked as it is?
I would make a suggestion, the Ward 7 council, that at the end of each department budgets, that you do that.
Then I'll do that right now for this one.
No, at the end of the whole.
At the end of, when we add all the others in.
department. When we go to
Short preservation, all of them, okay.
471,488.
Fine. Thank you, Counselor.
You don't have to do it every time.
Wisdom, wise.
All right, okay. Now I'm lost. Did we vote on the personnel amount, yep, and the 256, 290? We voted on that, correct? Madam City Clerk? Okay. So on non-personnel expenses in the amount of $7,275. All those in favor? Opposed? Matter carries. On the total amount is now $263,565.
Correct.
All those in favor? Opposed? Matter carries. Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. No, he's going to do it when we get to here. No, he's going to do it here.
When we get to the bottom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under the Planning Department, there is the Conservation Commission budget, the Planning Board budget, the Market and Tourism Commission budget, and the Historical Commission budget. Through our deliberations, there were no cuts recommended to any of those departments, so I would move that you read the totals and we approve them. Thank you.
Okay. Go down the line, we'll start with the Conservation Commission. Personnel amount, $25,056. All those in favor? Opposed? On Conservation Commission, non-personnel expenses, $425. All those in favor? Opposed? On Conservation Commission, total amount, $25,481. In favor? Opposed? Planning Board, personnel in the amount of $23,931. All those in favor? Opposed? Planning Board, non-personnel expenses, $3,000. All those in favor? Opposed? On Planning Board, total, $26,931. All those in favor? Opposed? On Market and Tourism Commission, non-personnel expenses in the amount of $196,375. All those in favor? Opposed? On Historical Commission, personnel in the amount of $8,066. All those in favor? Opposed? On Historical Commission, non-personnel expenses in the amount of $1,030. All those in favor? Opposed? Total Historical Commission, $9,096. All those in favor? Opposed? And then on the total amount for the Planning Department with the $50,000 added back on, is that $521,448? Rich? Yes. Correct, okay. On the total amount for Planning Department, $521,448. All those in favor? Opposed? Gary,
Mr.
Councilor Keith?
President, I move for immediate reconsideration. Hope it will not prevail.
Councilor
On
Keith
the Planning
asks for
Department,
immediate
entire budget.
consideration, the hopes it does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Mr. President,
Councilor Perry?
in a point of personal privilege, in the light of the late hour it is, maybe we should go to libraries and schools. Major cuts are to allow the audience who is sitting here, consider the possibility of going to libraries and schools first.
Councilor McCarthy?
Would that be all right?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just going to move that we take up the library next. There was a lot of discussion prior to the meeting with regard to the library. So if we could, please, if the will of the body is to take libraries out of order, because there was a couple emails that went back and forth this afternoon about it, so I think that it's only fair that we take it up to allow these people that aren't used to doing this.
All right, so we're going to go to the library.
So take out of all the libraries, if you will,
Go to
please,
the
sir.
library section. Madam City Clerk, do I need to accept reports under each division, or is it just on the total? So, we don't have to keep doing that. Thank you.
There we go.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. As there was some discussion from some people earlier with regard to the library, the recommendation coming out of the library was to cut the personnel line item in the amount of $27,009. That, as stated earlier by the mayor, was a reflection of a retirement, a promotion from within that was conducted with by the Board of Trustees of the library, and the committee looked at those changes as raises as opposed to changes in job description. So if the assistant moved up to the head, then that increase was due to a raise as opposed to her assuming new responsibilities. So the recommendation from committee was to cut those positions back to the 2.5%, which resulted in the $27,009. I did not support that cut myself. I will yield to other members of the committee that supported that cut. I think that the library is a wonderful institution. I think they do fabulous jobs, and I know that with regards to some of the emails that went around earlier this afternoon, with regards to how the library needs to be funded in order and keep accredited, I will yield the floor.
Council Ronan.
Yes, Mr. President, I've circulated emails, so I hope all my other councilors have read my email of earlier. It was originally my motion to cut these expenses. Essentially what they are, they represent what look like raises, and I think the Committee on Administration and Finance thought there were a couple of enormous raises in the library department. One particular amount seemed to go from $55,507 to almost $74,000. That makes up the majority of where these cuts came from. And essentially, the librarian got caught up in the snag of trying to limit all citywide raises to 2.5%. Since that time, since we met, and this was one of the very first departments that we met with the library department on June 6th, certain things came to light that I think the other members of the committee were not aware. The first and most important thing is that the librarian essentially didn't see wasn't currently at the $55,000 salary, going to a $74,000 salary. What had happened was the long-term librarian at the Salem Public Library had retired, and in January the librarian took her position. When we look at the budget, we only see the new librarian's name, we see her salary from last year, we see her job title, and we see the new amount that she was making. So for us, it looked like she was having an enormous raise, and what we tried to do was limit everyone across the board to a 2.5% raise. One thing that came up, and it's very important with respect to the library, is libraries have to be certified in order to qualify for state aid to public libraries. And to be certified, you have to do certain things, including the municipalities have to appropriate a required amount. It's called the MAR, Municipal Appropriation Requirement. We had asked on the committee what the figure was for the library, and we weren't told exactly what that figure was. I did some research today. I found out what the figure is. We have to appropriate a sufficient amount for our public library so it doesn't lose its decertification. The MAR amount, in case anyone missed my email, is $1,151,071. By all accounts, we don't want to fund the library less than that, because that would jeopardize our grant funding. What I would have done had I known what I know now is employees that received greater, raises, mid-year raises. Like the city solicitor received a $10,000 raise when she came before our department. I wasn't going to give her another 2.5% over the raise that she already received. Here, had I known that the librarian received a raise in January of $16,611, I wouldn't have given her the additional 2.5% raise this year over the raise that she just got. I wouldn't give her a raise on the raise. And the other three employees, one received a almost $7,600 raise, and then she's up for another 2.5% raise on the raise. And the third one received a smaller raise because she's getting a smaller salary, but it was above 2.5%. Anyway, if you boil it down, what I would suggest we do is restore most of the library budget. But these three employees have already recognized great raises mid-year. As I said, the librarian, her salary went from $55,507 last year to $72,118, which was the retiring salary of the long-term librarian of Salem Public Library. So what I'd like to do is, and I spoke with her about it because I wanted to clear up any anxiety. So anybody that called and talked with me this afternoon, I told them that this would be my position. I want to restore all of the library budget except for the additional 2.5% raises for those three employees, which amounts simply to $3,766. So what I want to do is I want to restore the personnel expenses to the amount of $866,021. We never cut the non-personnel expenses. And then I want to restore the total library budget to the amount of $1,154,049. I think that's the fairest, that's the fairest thing to do. These people got large raises, but we're not giving them a raise on top of the raise. So,
Councilor
thank
Rowan.
you, Mr. President.
Council Lovely.
Mr. President, not being a member of the Finance Committee and not having sat through the budget deliberation, I wasn't there for it. However, I did see the emails, the flurry of emails that went back and forth today, and just by breaking it down and assessing it, I fully understood what happened with the A&F Committee's vote, and I totally disagree with it. For one thing, these three personnel in the library got raises because they were promoted. One was promoted from an assistant librarian, children's librarian, to the children's librarian. She was compensated accordingly. The next one was hired, she was promoted from a library assistant to the assistant children's librarian. That promotion gave her a raise. And then the director went from assistant director to the director. She got a promotion. I would fully expect that when someone is promoted into the next position, that they get paid what that position pays. Why would anyone get promoted and still make what they made in their former position? That's ludicrous. Ludicrous. So certainly these people got their raises, as you say, their mid-year raises, because they got promotions. The other part of this is, let me make sure I have this. Oh, it was with regard to the figure, to keep us in compliance. You say you didn't get it till today. Well, according to this email, and it was actually reported in Salem Patch, A&F got it when they got it. It was off by, I think, less than $100.
No.
Yes, absolutely. I've got the Salem Patch article from that A&F committee. So maybe you didn't get the exact figure to the exact penny, but you got it to probably less than $100. And it was reported so. So I'm not really thrilled about the rhetoric of I didn't get it today, and this is why I'm restoring it. You got it, you had it, and you still made those cuts. And those people deserve those raises, and now they're 2.5% because they were promoted into higher positions that came with higher pay.
Council Lovely. Council Fury, then Councilor Sosnowski.
I strongly concur with Council Lovely in the article from Patch. That information was available. In fact, the mayor was there at every single budget meeting. She started saying, we're going to lose state aid if we don't do this. All of the facts and figures were given that evening. I don't know if there's George Bush fuzzy math going on tonight, but the information was there. And Salem Public Library, sincerely, is the crown jewel. Its respected reputation as one of the busiest and most friendly libraries in the area. It is the crown jewel, and the best part of the crown jewel are its people, personnel, Director Nancy, all the way down. And these raises are part of a contract, part of a rippling effect. So I strongly disagree with Councilor Ronan's interpretation. The mayor gave us the interpretation, the director gave us the interpretation, the facts and figures were there, Patch gave us, recorded it. I don't know where these figures are coming from. I think, as Councilor Lovely, the full restoration should be here to this much-needed budget.
Councilor Sosnowski, thank you, Councilor Fury.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. What I would like to really compliment here is the fact that, unlike many departments, the person now sitting at the helm of this one was promoted from within. All too often in many other departments, we import somebody from outside the city when there's a vacancy, especially at the top. And I got to tell you, that really destroys morale, because when you work someplace, you try to work your way up the ladder, only to get near the top rungs, and the next thing you know, they import somebody to replace you. And I compliment Lorraine Jackson and for who she put in place here, and I think this is a great great situation. And I'm going to support the restoration of the positions. Thank you.
Councilor Pete.
Mr. President, no, I'd like to say something first. Mr. President, members of the council. When I was the council of Ward 2, there were 4 libraries in Salem. 4 libraries. There was a main branch, there was the east branch that was in the old Bentley School, which then was moved to the basement of the Phillips School. There was a north branch up at Liberty Hill Avenue, and there was one in the south branch over by Councilor Ronan's house. There were 4 libraries. Now we wind up with 1 library, and there's talk of us cutting or not appropriating enough money. A library is like a school. Kids go there, I go up there. I went to check the microfiche, and I found names of people. The Salem News doesn't have the microfiche that the library has, and I have to go up there and go through the microfiche that I want an article on. It's very rewarding. Kids and parents and people need a library, and I want to support this recommendation. I think it's nickel and dime in the library. Let's do what they want. Let's give them what they want. We've been cutting everything in the library for all these years. Let's give them something, restore what they have. I'm opposed to these cuts.
Councilor Pete, please.
Yes, sir. Councilor Roman, what? I'm sorry, Councilor Jerry.
Get us mixed up.
I'm sorry, Councilor. Jerry Lincoln Line, Councilor.
Thank you. I just want to go on the record. I support the library 100%. I've lived in Salem my whole life. I do not support cutting any, not even a penny. My earliest memories, I've been going to the library since as long as I can remember. My mother brought me. Lorraine Jackson was the children's library when I was a little kid. I remember when there was a couple of libraries. In fact, today I got an email at work, and there was a book that I wanted to get because they recommended it. I ordered it on Noble, and I picked it up on my way to the meeting here. And it's just a great service. We have the best library in the state. I mean, there's people, other cities envy our library. I mean, the amount of circulation they have, the information you can get, the books they get. I don't recommend cutting anything. I think they do an excellent job, and I support them 100%.
You want to take back the last one, sir?
Take it back. Councilor Ronan?
Yes, Mr. President, through you, I fortunately have a cell phone that carries email on it. So the email that was referred to earlier was from the mayor to myself after I circulated the MAR figure to everyone. And in the email that was referred to, the mayor specifically states that we didn't have the minimum municipal appropriation for fiscal year 12 at our fingertips. We indicated more than once that the proposed budget of $1,157,815 was not far from what was required. As I said, the correct number is $1,151,071. I just point that out because obviously that allows us room so that we don't have to give 2.5% raises on the raises here. And that was all I was asking for. And I'm not certainly being disingenuous when I say I didn't have that figure. And the mayor acknowledged today that I didn't have that figure.
Councilor Rona, why don't you read the full email instead of reading just a portion of it, though? I think it would behoove the committee to hear it.
Suspension of the rules allow the mayor to speak.
You mischaracterized the entire meeting.
Thank you. Sure. Listen, I'm just looking at tab 26 on the library, okay? Library personnel this year is under 1 percentage point. It's 0.91. The overall department total is just up 1.25%. I don't want a nickel and dime, just like you, all right? Let's just get it over with. I mean, we can debate this all night for quarters, nickels, and dimes. But you know what? I agree with Council Lovely, Council Fury. No cuts. It isn't worth it.
Mr. President.
Councilor O'Keefe.
Move that the mayor be allowed to address the council. Suspension of the rules allow the mayor to address the council.
I object.
Oh, that's...
Oh.
Can't speak.
I don't believe you can object,
Non-debatable.
Counselor. Under the charter, I'm provided...
Non-debatable. She's out of order.
Under the charter, I'm allowed to address the
I'm the
council.
president. She can't
You're
speak.
the president.
but
You're
stop
the
yelling.
president. You rule, sir.
The objection, the rule still applies.
Pursuant to the city charter, under section 19, I'm permitted to address this council at any time in a department head. That's in the city charter. We investigated the last time you denied me the opportunity to speak, and the outcome was, under our charter, I have an opportunity to address the council. I've never denied anybody in this chamber an opportunity to speak, and I think it's kind of silly that we're even at this point. I didn't request it. Councilor O'Keefe allowed me an opportunity to address it. I think we're mischaracterizing the entire meeting that took place, and if you don't believe me, councilors, you can ask the library director who sat right next to me, and we pleaded, as you were about to cut $27,000 from personnel costs, pleaded with you not to do it. You were right. We acknowledge we did not have the exact amount. We did not have the exact amount of the municipal...
I was never informed. As far as I'm concerned, they objected, and the objection stands. You can't address the council.
Let's vote on the library budget.
The vote on the library and move on. On the personnel amount...
Personal privilege, if I may.
Council Fury.
This would not have happened, sincerely. It's in committee now. It has not been taken out of committee. Councilor Lovely, I would sincerely wish that be taken out of committee and addressed. A majority of the city council should be allowed to vote, to allow the mayor or any department person to speak. Here is another example.
I agree with the mayor. I'm reading the charter right now. I agree with the mayor. She
I
should
agree.
be able to speak.
I think she should speak.
Reading it right now.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Being a committee report on A&F, I would hope that we could add some civility to the conversation and just move through the budget. I know there's going to be contentious issues on both sides. There's going to be discussion on both sides. But with regard specifically to this budget, and I took this out of order to allow the people that came here to watch this with regard to the library, let's take 1 second and go to page 1 of the library. It says significant budget and staffing changes for fiscal 2012. The library's fiscal 2000 has a slight increase to meet the state's mandated figure. This is the amount needed to be certified by the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners. This will allow us to receive state aid approximately the amount of $50,762. I chaired that meeting. I was not confused, as was alluded to by other members. It was clearly stated. I did not think that those promotions were increases. There was a difference of opinion. That's how this works. There was a difference of opinion. It came out of committee with a recommendation to make the cut. I was on the other side of that cut. I'm the chair of this committee. I will stand up here and tell you that's what would happen. It was recommended to cut. The proposal in front of us is to cut. After we take that vote, there's a proposal in front of us to reinstate the whatever the number is now, it's math to me, $27,009. Limit the discussions to what's in front of us with regard to each individual budget, and then move forward so at the end we can just move forward with the total. I think I don't I think the one word that everybody has learned over the last 6 meetings is the word disingenuous. I don't even like the word, I know what it means, but I don't think anybody in this room is trying to be disingenuous, but I think we all need to take a step back, take a breath, have a frank discussion about what's in front of us, vote it up or down, and move on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Great. Okay, on personnel amount, the original amount with the cut of $27,009, the amount $842,778. All those in favor?
Roll call.
3 hands?
Can we try it without the roll call?
3 hands?
I'm hoping it's universally opposed.
Yeah.
Roll call vote, Mr.
Roll call,
President.
Mr. President.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
For Christ's sake.
Counselor Sosnowski?
Mr. President, for clarification, we are going to try to approve the one with the cut, is that
The
correct?
original amount, which cuts the $27,009.
So this particular roll call vote is for 842, et cetera.
So if you vote
That's what
yes,
came
you
out of
want the
committee.
cut.
Okay, fine.
No, okay.
No.
Okay.
Counselor Sargent?
No.
Counselor Ronan?
No.
Counselor Creevy?
No.
Counselor Pinto?
No.
Counselor Pelletier?
No.
Counselor O'Keefe?
No.
Counselor McCarthy?
No.
Counselor Lovely?
No.
Counselor Fury?
No.
Counselor Ryan?
No.
Unanimous.
On library personnel, in the amount of $842,778. 11 councilors voting, all 11 in the negative. The matter failed. On Counselor Lovely was the next.
Well, I'll make a motion.
I think we already chatted the motion.
No, Counselor McCarthy.
We had Counselor Lovely's and then we had Counselor Ronan's, I believe, wasn't it?
To restore the,
Counselor Lovely's amount was to restore the amount of the $27,009, which would bring the amount to personnel $869,787. Is that correct?
Yes.
86977.
Second the motion, Counsel Lovely.
Yes, that's correct, Counsel.
That's correct.
Mr. President.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter carries. And then we had Counselor Ronan's amendment to change the amount to $866,021. Is that correct?
it doesn't,
Well, you already.
You just voted on it.
It's already voted.
We already took the other vote.
Mr. President, I move
Counselor O'Keefe.
for immediate reconsideration and hope it will
Gotta
not.
vote on it.
Oh,
Gotta vote on the total.
Sorry.
Counselor.
All right.
Too soon, too soon.
On non-personnel expenses, in the amount of $288,028. All those in favor? Opposed? On library total of $1,184,824. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All those in favor?
No.
No, you get the wrong number.
1,157,000. 1,157,000.
Sophisticated.
1,157,815.
it's wrong.
Yeah.
The $1,157,815 is the amount with the cut of.
No.
No, it isn't.
No,
Oh,
no.
that's a
no.
mis,
It's the
that's,
same number.
You gotta add the cut.
no.
That's correct, is it?
So it's 1,157,815.
Yes.
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 All right, and the library total amount of $1,157,815. All those in favor? Opposed? Matter carries. Counselor O'Keefe.
Now will you recognize me for immediate reconsideration? I hope it will not prevail.
Counselor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. Hope does not prevail. All those in favor?
No.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Matter fails. Counselor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, considering the late hour and the fact that other than the department heads, the majority of the other people here are for the school department, can we take the school department up out of order since we're going totally out of order and then we can just blaze through the rest of them?
Sure.
So my recommendation was to take the school department right now,
All right.
Mr. President.
Take the school department.
Can we,
And with regards to the school department, I'm going to yield the floor to my colleague, the Ward 6 Councilor, Councilor Privy, who chaired that meeting. As was informed to me by the city solicitor, correct me if I'm wrong, I can vote on this as long as we're just approving the total up or down, correct? Total budget. So that would go for myself and Councilor Ryan, whose sister works in the school department. So we're allowed to vote on the total. as long as it's non-personnel, so it's one lump total, so we're allowed to vote on it.
We can vote. Yes.
Council Preview.
Council Preview.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for approval of the committee's recommendation to approve the school department's total budget in the amount of $48,886,000.
On acceptance report, all those, actually, I don't have to do that, right? All right, go ahead.
What's that?
Under discussion. I don't have to do that.
Oh, it doesn't. Where is it?
$48,856,000.
You get 886.
Move for adoption of the recommendation.
886 or 850?
It's $850, the $30,000 cut, be $48,856,000.
Counselor at the bottom.
Counselor Prevey. All right.
I see it, I got it.
Council Preview.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for approval of the school department total budget in the amount of $48,856,000.
Discussion? No?
21.
Discussion, we ended up making it, the mayor had previously put in because there was the proposal about giving the school committee an increase in the stipend that the, obviously, it wasn't approved by the council, a reduced amount was approved by the council, so we made a motion to cut that, and it was something else that Council Rowan had made a motion to cut, so I'll allow him to identify it, I don't recall what it was.
Council Ronan.
Yes, Mr. President, the cuts here were relatively straightforward, and essentially, we are, if we pass this budget, we're going to assume all of the ARA-funded positions on the city side. The only cuts here are for there were proposed salary increases for the school committee of $2,500 apiece. As you know, we didn't approve the school committee's raises of $2,500 apiece. Rather, we approved it in a lesser amount. So the savings on this school budget side for that one item is $12,000. The additional $18,000 comes from the lines for building maintenance, ground supplies, utility services, custodial supplies, etc. As of the year-end report from this year, we can see that last year, essentially what we're trying to do is level fund these positions. If we, as I look at this today, well, this is as of yesterday, we still had $65,000 left in their budget for utility maintenance, $68,000 for utility services, $33,000 left for building maintenance supplies, $13,000 for ground supplies. That's with a week left. So basically, what we decided was the level that we had funded these positions at last year would be sufficient. It was more than sufficient if we level funded those positions this year. So the difference of $18,000 is the school department asked for an increase in one of the, I think it was custodial supplies or groundkeeping supplies, in the amount of $18,000. One of my colleagues pointed out to me that in one of the school committee meetings, it was mentioned that they had sufficient room in these areas, that they had sufficiently padded them so they wouldn't run out of money in these areas. So certainly, if we level fund these positions, considering how much they have left, 1 week left, they'll be fine for next year. So that makes up the additional $18,000 that we could save the taxpayer. So if you add that $18,000 to the amount that we're reducing, the $12,000 for the school committee raises that never went through, that's $30,000. So that was why we recommended a $30,000 cut.
Thank you. Councilor Keith and Councilor Fieri.
I'll yield to Councilor Fury.
Councilor Fieri.
Just a point of personal privilege, Dr. Pacone is in the audience. He's our business manager. And we were talking about that $18,000 cut in maintenance, and you had a different vantage point with the amount of money that was appropriated. Here we are in June now. Could you speak? Could we have him speak on that issue?
As long as there's no objection.
Let's ask the chair.
Thank you, Dr. Pacone.
Dr. Pacone.
Thank you. I want to thank the Administration and Finance Committee for meeting with us last night. We had a very long discussion about the school department budget, and it is a substantial amount of money. And under Mass General Law, Chapter 71, Section 34, we all know that the City Council votes the bottom line. And the $30,000 cut that was suggested last night by Administration of Finance, we can live with that. So I say to you that it's a big budget. $30,000 is not something I can't absorb. My contract expires a week from today. So I say to you that that'll be done, and I ask the committees, the City Council's indulgence to vote the budget that was recommended by the Administration of Finance. So again, the $30,000 is not something I can't have.
Thank you for your service, for filling in.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilor O'Keefe.
Move for adoption of the recommendation of the Committee on Administration and Finance.
Councilor O'Keefe moves for adoption the amount of $48,856,000.
Correct.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Matter carries. Councilor O'Keefe.
Move for I move for immediate reconsideration. I hope that will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe moves for immediate reconsideration, hopes to not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Matter fails. Where are we going next?
We're going back to the beginning. We're going to go back to where we left the order after the mayor. We're going to the city council. In your budget book, that would be tab 2. There were no recommendations out of committee with regards to personnel or expenses. So the committee would recommend approval of the figures that are in front of us.
For the city council?
For the city council.
City council personnel in the amount of $119,700. All those in favor? Opposed? City council non-personnel expenses in the amount of $52,627. All those in favor? Opposed? City council total $172,327. All those in favor? Opposed? He went to the. Excuse himself for a moment.
I asked for immediate reconsideration and hope does not prevail.
Council McCarthy asked for immediate reconsideration, hopes does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed. Next, Council McCarthy.
I'm sorry, please, Mr. President, I need to stand right now.
That's fine.
Okay. I was just wondering if we were like co-chairing this committee or something.
I'll be quiet.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next tab in the budget is the city clerk's budget. Upon review by the Committee on Administration and Finance, there were no recommendations for changes in either the personnel or the non-personnel expenses, so the committee's recommendation is for approval.
Okay. All right, city clerk, personnel amount, $256,000. All those in favor? Opposed? City clerk, non-personnel expenses, $7,000. All those in favor? Opposed? City clerk, total amount, $258,256. All those in favor? Opposed? Council Pelletier,
No, I'm just still standing.
reconsideration?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Tag team partners
My
on
buddy's
it?
gone. Yeah, I asked for immediate reconsideration, hope does not prevail.
Council Pelletier asks for immediate reconsideration, hope to not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next tab up that we took up was with regards to the elections and registration, and upon review, the committee had no recommendations on changes to that.
Okay, thank you, Council McCarthy. On elections and registrations, personnel amount in the amount of $97,166. All those in favor? Opposed? On elections registration, non-personnel expenses in the amount of $50,100. All those in favor? Opposed? On elections and registrations, total amount $147,266. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor O'Keefe.
Move for immediate reconsideration. I hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asked for immediate reconsideration. Hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed. Matter opposed. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next department in order is the assessing department. And upon review, the committee recommended no changes with regard to personnel or non-personnel expenses, so the committee would recommend approval.
Thank you, Council McCarthy. Assessing Department personnel in the amount of $253,055. All those in favor? Opposed? Assessing non-personnel expenses in the amount of $26,177. All those in favor? Opposed? Assessing total amount $279,232. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor O'Keefe?
I move for immediate reconsideration, hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe moves for immediate reconsideration. Hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed? Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. The next department that came in for review of the budget was the Collector's Office, and upon review of the budget, there was some discussion about some various line items and expenses and personnel, but upon review, the committee recommended no changes.
Councilor McCarthy. Collector personnel amount in the amount of $199,412. All those in favor? Opposed? Collector non-personnel expenses, $6,500. All those in favor? Opposed? Collector total, $205,912. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor O'Keefe?
Mr. President, I move for immediate reconsideration, I hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. Hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. The next department up was data processing and the GIS department. Through some realignment in the departments, the GIS person, Ollie, I can never get your last name right, so I'm not even going to try. Ollie is sitting over there. Ollie is the GIS department basically by himself, and because of the leaving of the the head of the data processing, the two departments were combined, and what happened was Ollie's salary was adjusted to reflect the additional duties. The recommendation from committee, the committee looked at that and they determined that that realignment was actually what resulted in a raise, so they turned, as they held the line with the 2.5, what they did is they rolled back that appropriation by an amount of $6,107 because they viewed that increase as a raise, so they rolled it back to the 2.5%. So the recommendation from committee is to cut the information technology / GIS personnel line item to the amount of $153,550, which reflects a $6,107.
Under discussion?
On discussion, thank you. Everything I just stated is what transpired during the meeting. Ollie came in and talked about where he is and where he moved to. Actually, he's now on the second floor because he's in data processing. He's down from GIS up in engineering. The recommendation from committee was to cut by that amount. I personally, as a member of the committee, did not view it that way. I looked at Ollie taking on additional responsibilities, combining two departments that actually, after you, when you flip through the numbers in the book, after you net it out with what we were paying the previous director, what we currently pay Ollie, what his bump was for the additional duties, and then we actually, some of the money that was saved during that, we allotted for some contractual line item, which would allow Ollie to have some oversight and have people come in to assist if needed. So the city basically, as stated earlier, would net out by the combining of the two offices would save, I believe, somewhere around $30,000 is what was in front of us. So $37,000 over the prior year budget. So the committee's recommendation was to cut. I personally will be supporting a reinstation of the $6,000, but the committee's recommendation is to cut.
Finance Director Rich Fisquet.
If I may, I just wanted to give a little history back to what had happened there, because it actually goes back to January when we brought before the City Council the law that allows us to promote an early retirement program. The early retirement program had proposed that 3 police, 3 fire, and 1 person from the GIS be allowed to retire early with the understanding that would be some cost savings and some bells and whistles that the PARAC, Public Employee Retirement Commission, put upon us. Brought that before you. You passed the early retirement plan, and part of that plan was laid out that we were going to combine these departments and save ourselves $37,000. Since that time, we've had our MIS data processing person retire. We had combined the positions. We have actually augmented Ollie's salary to what it is in the budget there. We did not propose an additional raise of 2.5%, but this is something that has been acted upon, as I see it, by the council. And back in January, when you accepted your retirement program, it's working out really well. Always jumped right in with both feet, doing a tremendous job, doing 2 jobs. And the net result for fiscal year 2012 is actually a savings of $37,000. So in the event that this money is not restored, I don't think it's unreasonable to suspect that Ollie would go back to doing his one job for the same salary, forcing us then to go out and find ourselves an IT director. So I really hope that this council would consider reinstating those dollars. Thank you.
Councilor Pelletier.
I'm gonna make a motion to restore this, only because when we did the redistricting, Ole was going through the nail with our city clerk, just trying to get this done. You know, we all looked at the maps. Some weren't happy with how the maps come out, but others were. Now he's gonna go around, and if a particular department or personnel has a problem with the computer, he has to go fix that. He won't be making maps for me, right? He won't be making my new cab maps. So I will be restoring this.
You're making a motion, an amendment to restore the $6,107 on the personnel.
That is correct.
Seconded?
Second.
Any further discussion? First, we're gonna vote on the original amount. Fire trucks go by.
What amount, Council President? What amount?
On data processing personnel, we're gonna vote on the original amount with the cut.
159,
6107.
150...
153,550.
153,550, okay.
So if a yes vote would be that you agree with the cut and you want that 153,550, a no vote would be you don't agree with the cut.
I think with the cut, it should be a roll call vote.
I see 3 hands. 3 hands. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
So one more time, that this vote no is a vote against the cut.
Correct.
Council Sosnowski?
Mr. President, excuse me one second, Madam Clerk, but what are we voting for? You said the original amount?
The original amount that was recommended by the committee, which
By
was...
the committee, 153,550.
With that, that's with the cut, so...
Yes.
You want the cut if you...
That's correct.
Okay.
Council Sergeant?
No. No, sir.
Council Ronan?
Yes.
Council Prevey?
Yes.
Council Pinto?
Yes.
Council Pelletier?
No.
Council O'Keefe?
No.
Council McCarthy?
No.
Council Lovely? No. Council Fury?
No.
Council Ryan?
No. On the original data processing personnel amount of 153,550, 11 councilors voting, 4 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, the matter fails. Then on the amendment for personnel amount, putting the $6,107 back, which would put it back to personnel 159,657.
Correct.
Roll call, Mr.
Roll
President.
call vote. 3 hands.
They're going to be unanimous?
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Sosnowski?
Yes.
Council Sergeant?
Yes.
Council Ronan?
No.
Council Prevey?
No.
Council Pinto?
No.
Council Pelletier?
Yes.
Council O'Keefe?
Yes.
Council McCarthy?
Yes.
Council Lovely? Yes. Council Fury?
Yes.
Council Ryan?
Yes. On data processing, personnel in the amount of $159,657. 11 councilors voting, 8 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. The matter carries. On data processing, non-personnel expenses, $31,225. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Matter carries. On the new total of those two? Is 190,882.
Aye.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
The matter carries. Data processing fixed cost, amount of $322,140. Under discussion? Being none, all those in favor? Opposed? Matter carries. On the total, the new total, $513,022, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On data processing total in the amount of $513,022. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Matter carries. Councilor O'Keefe.
I move for reconsideration. I hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asked for immediate reconsideration. The hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Matter carries. Next department, Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next department was the Finance Department, and actually, this is the one department that came out of committee without a recommendation. There was discussions back and forth, first with regard to the personnel. In the personnel line, the finance director was due to be given a raise of 7.5%. There was debate upon that. There was a recommendation to reduce that down to the 2.5%. That matter actually carried initially, but then what had happened was when we got to the fixed expenses, there was some discussion about contracted services, specifically with the Gadsby audit that was required every other year. So there was some debate back and forth with regards to fixed expenses, so there was a motion on the floor to reduce that, which in turn failed, but when both were combined together, there wasn't an agreement to pass either one because one had failed and one had passed. So there was no recommendation coming out of committee, so what's in front of us right now with no recommendation is what is proposed, which is the 243,986, which is the personnel and the non-personnel expenses for the 40,700 for the department total of the 284,686. That's what's in front of us. It came out of committee with no recommendation. That's basically the synopsis of what happened. The discussions revolved around the raise for Mr. Biscay, then some cutbacks in non-personnel expenses. The actual cut to the salary passed initially, but wasn't but with regard to the expenses, that failed. So there is no recommendation out of committee.
Mr. President,
Councilor O'Keefe.
I move that the amount of finance, $284,686 be appropriated, which is a combination of $243,986 and $47,700. Making a total of $284,686, right? Am I reading it right?
Yep.
Right? Thank you. Move for adoption of that sum for the appropriation of Finance Department.
Thank you, Councilor O'Keefe. Councilor Ronan.
Yes, Mr. President, I believe we're on the Finance Department personnel line right now. This is one of the positions where there is proposed to be a raise greater than 2.5%. Specifically, the Finance Director is slated to get a 7.5% raise. So it was my proposal back in committee that we peel back his raise to 2.5%, which would result in a savings to the city of $4,174. I think I made that motion, as I said, passed, but then we got cut. It's one of those situations where, you know, we just had the GIS director, we've had the chief of staff. There are several other positions where I'm taking the stand. I'm taking it across the board. There's nothing personal. It's a tough year. I don't think we should be giving out raises greater than 2.5%. So my motion would be to reduce the Finance Department personnel expenses in the amount of $4,174, specifically to pare back the 7.5% raise to 2.5%.
Councilor Ronan makes a motion to decrease personnel in the amount of $4,174. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Prevey. Councilor Fury?
I'd be opposed to this recommendation. As you go up to the finance director's office, you see award after award after award for his work. And he doesn't take even health insurance. His wife takes the health insurance benefit. He is saving the city $15,000 by not taking health insurance. We have a finance director, second to none, doing all those budget hearings that we had, all 6 meetings. Any of us could ask a question to this finance director, and the figures are right there. Nina, great team, absolutely the best team. So we're in good hands, and I think we're nickel and diming, we're sending the wrong message, and I would be opposed.
Councilor Lovely?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also like to put an amendment on the table similar to the amendment I made for the mayor's chief of staff, that we reduce personnel item in the finance department by $2,087. So in essence, that raise would actually be 2.5% July 1, and then the additional 5% beginning January 1, 2012.
That amount, is it
2,000.
240?
It's 241,898.69.
241,899, right? Okay. So, Councilor Ronan?
Yeah, Mr. President, I just want to point out the obvious. What will happen if we do the same thing with, didn't we did, I think we did that earlier to somebody.
Yes, we did.
But when we do that, essentially, at the end of the year, you know, we come to this stage next year, the head of this department and the head of the other department would be at that 7.5% increased stage, and they'll be looking for another 2.5% increase over ultimately what is now going to be a 7.5% raise if you do that. So I don't advocate doing that. I'd like to hold the line at 2.5%.
Any further discussion? Councilor Pinto?
Thank you, Mr. President. During the discussion at A&F, I had told Rich I wouldn't support it, and I think 2.5 is fair. I'm going to beat the same drum. You know, we're losing Dominion. I think 2.5 is a fair raise. I think it's, you know, nothing against Rich personally. He does a great job. Do I think he'll have a hard time finding a job somewhere else, so we're going to leave him? I don't think that's the case in this economy. But I just want to say that I think 2.5%, if you have a job, is a good raise in this economy. Thank you.
Councilor
Out of respect for not only Mr. Viskey, but all the department heads, the term having a hard time to find a job, these people are so well qualified, they can get a job anywhere they want, Counselor. I'm sure Rich can go back to the DOR or Hamilton, a small town. Any one of our department heads can go anywhere they want. So I agree with Counselor Lovely on principle. Give them 2.5 until the end of the fiscal year. Is that we're doing the same thing we did last time, Counselor Lovely? 2.5 to the end of the calendar year. Give them the rest later. That's fine. Let's do it. We passed it once, let's pass it again. Keep going. Come on, why are we holding up?
All right, any further discussion? All right, should we take up Councilor Ronan's first, and Councilor Lovely? All right, so Councilor Ronan's amendment, change Finance Department personnel total to the amount of $239,812? Or, yeah. Councilor O'Keefe?
Roll call, Mr. President.
Councilor Fury?
I'm going to go along, roll call.
We're voting on,
Councilor Ronan's to cut it, $4,174, which comes to $239,812 is what I come out to.
okay.
And roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counsel Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counsel Sargent?
No.
Counsel Ronan?
Yes.
Counsel Prevey?
Yes.
Counsel Pinto?
Yes.
Counsel Pelletier?
No.
Counsel O'Keefe?
No.
Counsel McCarthy?
No.
Counsel Lovely?
No.
Counsel Fury?
No.
Counsel Ryan?
No. Counselor Ronan's Finance Department, total personnel, 239, 812, 11 counselors voting, 4 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The matter fails. On Counselor Lovely's amendment to change personnel of the Finance Department amount to 241, 899, and that's a cut of $2,087. Counselor O'Keefe?
Roll call, Mr. President.
Rehands. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counsel Sosnowski?
No.
Counsel Sergeant?
Yes.
Counsel Ronan?
No.
Counsel Prevey?
No.
Counsel Pinto?
No. No, I'm sorry.
Counsel Pelletier?
Yes.
Counsel O'Keefe?
Yes.
Counsel McCarthy?
Yes.
Counsel Lovely?
Yes.
Counsel Fury?
Yes.
Counsel Ryan?
Yes. Thank you. Finance Department personnel total in the amount of 241, 899, 11 counselors voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter carries. Finance Department non-personnel expenses in the amount of $40,700. Any discussion? All,
Yes,
Ron?
Mr. President. At the Finance, at the Administration and Finance Committee meeting, I did point out a couple of line items here that I thought could be, that we could save money on. Specifically, the contracted services. If you take a look, the budgeted amount was going to, is slated to be $30,000. Yet, year to date, we've only spent $10,000 this year. And if you take a look at the history, in 2010, we only spent $17,000. So it would seem to me that they would have ample money for contracted services if we reduced that amount from $30,000 down to $20,000, saving the taxpayer $10,000. The other matter that I pointed to was the in-state travel to businesses and in-state travel to meetings. Mr. Visquet has expended in 2010 about $1,700 for in-state travel. In 2011, about $1,800. So I thought it would be more than fair if we set his budget amount for fiscal year 2012 at $2,500, which would save us $1,500, because it's certainly more than he's been using over the last 2 fiscal years. So I would make a motion that we reduce finance expenses in the amount of $11,500.
Councilor Ronan makes amendment to reduce the non-personnel expenses in the amount of $11,500, which would amount to
$29,200.
$29,200. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Prevey. Thank you. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I alluded to at the beginning of the discussion with regard to the Finance Department, there was debate back and forth on both sides, personnel and expenses. This particular item with regard to expenses did not come out with a recommendation out of committee. Actually, it was voted 2-3 against. Specifically because Mr. Visquet talked at length when asked the questions, is specifically with regard to the Gatsby 45 audit that's required every other year, which is an additional, I believe, approximately
$17,000.
about $17,000. The actuary every other year is $17,000 according to my notes. So that's why you're seeing the discrepancy on the contracted services, what's expended and what's not expended, and what he needs for next year. And with regards to in-state travel, Mr. Visquet argued with regard to his department and every department, he feels that in-state travel and with regard to keeping department heads and personnel work for the city up to date with regards to taking courses and improving their ability to, I'm looking for the word, but anyway.
Professional development.
Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. Professional development. Thank you very much. that the recommendation out of committee was not to make that cut that has just been proposed. It was actually the exact same cut that was proposed during committee, so I was just doing that to clarify for everybody else that what the discussion was with regard around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McCarthy. Any further discussion? So on Councilor Ronan's number, non-personnel expenses would be reduced to $29,200. All those in favor of reducing the amount to that amount?
Roll call, Mr. President.
Three hands. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Counselor Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
No.
Counselor Ronan?
Yes.
Counselor Prevey?
Yes.
Counselor Pinto?
Yes.
Counselor Pelletier?
No.
Counselor O'Keefe?
No.
Counselor McCarthy?
No.
Counselor Lovely?
No.
Counselor Fury?
No.
Counselor Ryan?
No. On finance, non-personnel expenses in the amount of $29,200. 11 councilors voting for in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The matter fails. On the finance department, non-personnel expenses in the original amount of $40,700. All those in favor? Opposed? Matter carries. On the finance department, total, I believe it's $282,599. Is that correct? Yes. That's correct? Okay, thank you. $282,599. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Matter carries. Councilor O'Keefe.
Move that the final appropriation be $284,686.
No, we ought to do that. Move for
I'm sorry,
immediate
282.
consideration. I hope that will not prevail.
I subtract, all right.
Okay, Councilor O'Keefe asked for immediate reconsideration. Hopes does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
And opposed. I need to take a couple of minute recess. SATV has to change the table.
To what?
SATV needs to change it. 2-minute recess.
TV timeout.
TV timeout. TV timeout's over. Get ready to drop the puck.
TV timeout's over.
Commercial's over.
Commercial's over.
Right, can we get through this? Joe's getting, Councilor O'Keefe's getting tired.
Somebody calls roll call, we gotta do roll call.
Stop talking.
Yeah, well, you know.
Come on.
Fury, Councilor O'Keefe, please.
You're the liaison, you should tell us.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next department up is the parking department. In committee, we reviewed the parking department's budget. There was some lively discussion about a couple issues within the parking department. First, as respectfully from the Ward 5 counselor, is the reflection of, in the personnel line item, a reduction in the amount equal to $2,738. Is that correct, Counselor? Because that's not on our sheet. Yes. So the $2,738 reduction, which would bring, as recommended by the good Ward 5 Counselor, the raise going from 7.5 down to 2.5. Also, during that discussions, there was recommendations for cuts to specific line items in the parking department. As Mr. Hacker reviewed his parking expenses, there was some discussions with regards specifically one line item. There was an additional $10,000 for a new kiosk on the church, on the Almies lot that covered the double machine. Also, there was an additional $10,000 line item for the stairwell at the Museum Place Mall that needs to be power washed, disinfected, and painted. So the recommendation out of committee with regard to the parking department was to cut the personnel line item by the amount I just referenced, and the recommendation was not to cut the parking department expenses. Thank you.
Councilor Ronan.
Yeah, Mr. President, this is another situation where the department head is being offered a 7.5% raise, and no one else in the department is offered such a raise. I just think it's like one of those situations in, corporate America where, the corporation's struggling and the higher-ups are getting these huge raises. In this economy, a 2.5% raise for the director of parking is more than fair. I want to hold the line at a 2.5% raise, and in doing so, can save the taxpayer $2,738. Thank you, Mr. President.
Council Lovely.
Mr. President, I hardly think that this qualifies to compare to corporate America and getting these gigantic $1 million bonuses, and these people are looking for a few extra dollars in their pay. I just don't think that. I'd like to make an amendment, Mr. President, similar to the previous two amendments I made, that the amount for, I don't have it in front of me, the parking department personnel be reduced by $1,369. I don't know what that number is for the total.
$546,273.
Thank you. For a total of $546,273. Thank you.
Council Lovely made a motion to decrease the personnel parking department by $1,369, bringing the total of $546,273. Is there a second? Second by Council Fiore. Before that, Council Ronan had his motion.
And that was to reduce it by $2,738.
738, and that, what's that new total?
That would make the total $544,904.
And you have a second on that motion?
Second.
Roll call, Mr.
Further discussion, any?
Roll call, Mr. President.
Three hands?
Just wanted to speak, Mr. President, if I may.
Council Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say the same thing I've been saying, that I think a 2.5% raise is a fair raise to this job, and Jim does a fantastic job. I mentioned it to Jim in our committee report. I don't know why we're splitting the raise. I just think if we're going to give a 7.5% raise, just give it. What difference does it make? I mean, you give it 6 months from now, you give it now. I think it's really.
Saves money.
Yeah, well, save by not giving it. But anyway, I just want to say that, Mr. President.
Council Sosnowski.
Mr. President, what are we voting on at this point?
After further discussion, we're going to take Council Ronan and Council Lovely's. Council Ronan's would be personnel amount in the amount $544,904.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Correct. Roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call vote. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counsel Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counsel Sargent?
Yes.
Counsel Ronan?
Yes?
Counsel Creevy?
Yes.
Counsel Pinto?
Yes.
Counsel Pelletier?
It's in the restroom, I think.
Counsel O'Keefe?
No.
Counsel McCarthy?
No.
Counsel Lovely?
No.
Counsel Fury?
No.
Counsel Ryan?
No. On parking department personnel, the amount of $544,904, with 10 councilors voting, 1 absent, 5 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative. The matter doesn't carry.
Okay, move reconsideration, please.
Council Sergeant moves for immediate reconsideration. All those in favor?
Favor.
1, 2. Opposed?
In favor of
Favor of reconsidering the vote.
Yes.
You want to reconsider?
Where is Councilor Pelletier in the building?
I believe he was in the restroom, so if you want to take a recess, he'll be right here for a quick minute.
2-minute recess, Mr. President.
I move this be laid on the table, this matter with the parking department be laid on the table until Councilor Pelletier is we find Council Pelletier.
I think he's, like I said, in there.
All right, can we have a 1 minute recess?
Move for 1 minute recess.
Ready?
Where is he?
So, we had a vote of parking personnel in the amount of $544,904, and it was 5-5. We motioned to reconsider. All those in favor to reconsider?
We don't need it, Phil. I withdraw my motion to reconsider. We
Don't
move
need
on.
it. You withdraw the motion?
Yep. We'll move on to council.
The matter doesn't carry anyway.
Move on to Council Lovely's proposal.
Okay. So on to Council Lovely's parking department personnel total on the amount of $546,273. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed. Show of hands, Mr. President.
Show of
We'll make it
hands. Show of
easier.
hands. All those in favor? 1, 2, 5, 6,
Hiya.
7 in favor. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. Matter carries. Parking department non-personnel expenses in the amount of $161,100 under discussion.
No discussion.
No discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Parking department total in the amount of
707,373.
What was that number?
707,373.
Thank you.
$707,373. Okay, on parking department total, the amount of $707,373. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Matter carries. Counselor O'Keefe?
Move immediate reconsideration, hope will not prevail.
Counselor O'Keefe asked for immediate reconsideration, hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed? Matter carries. Counselor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. The next department is the purchasing department. And through discussions with our purchasing director, who is in the chamber, we went through his budget, and there were no recommendations for changes in personnel or non-personnel expenses, so the committee would recommend approval.
Counselor Rowan?
Do I have it wrong? I'm looking.
No, I think that's true. With respect to the purchasing department, I would propose a reduction. I'm sure I must have done it in administration and finance. Perhaps I was unsuccessful. The director of personnel is slated to receive a 5% raise, and I wanted to pare that down again to 2.5%, which would save the taxpayers $1,325. You know, again, there's nothing personal here. It's just I don't think that the department head should be receiving these large raises where everybody else is limiting their raises to 2.5%. So my motion would be to reduce the purchasing department personnel expenses by $1,325.
Counselor Ronan has a motion to remove purchasing department personnel in the amount of $1,325, bringing the total to $98,707. The second on the motion?
Second.
Second by Counselor Pinto. Counselor Lovely?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make an amendment to reduce the purchasing department personnel line item by $662.
Counselor Lovely makes a motion to decrease the personal line amount by $662. which would bring the amount to $99,370.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second,
Seconded by Council Pelletier. Any further discussion?
roll call vote on both amendments.
What?
Roll call vote on both amendments.
Yep, we're gonna start with Council Ronan's, roll call vote, 3 hands. Council Ronan's amendment for Purchase Department personnel in the amount of $98,707. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Counsel Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counsel Sergeant?
No.
Counsel Ronan?
Yes.
Counsel Prevey?
Yes.
Counsel Pinto?
Yes.
Counsel Pelletier?
No.
Counsel O'Keefe?
No.
Counsel McCarthy?
No.
Counsel Lovely?
No.
Counsel Fury?
No.
Counsel Ryan?
No. Thank you. On Purchasing Department personnel in the amount of $98,707. 11 councils voting, 4 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The matter fails. Council Lovely's Purchasing Department personnel in the amount of $99,370. Roll call vote.
Yes.
3 hands. Okay, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counsel Sosnowski?
No.
Counsel Sergeant?
Yes.
Counsel Ronan?
No.
Counsel Prevey?
No.
Counsel Pinto?
No.
Counsel Pelletier?
Yes.
Counsel O'Keefe?
Yes.
Counsel McCarthy?
Yes.
Counsel Lovely?
Yes.
Counsel Fury?
Yes.
Counsel Ryan?
Yes. On Purchasing Department personnel in the amount of $99,370. 11 councilors voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter carries. On Purchasing Department non-personnel expenses in the amount of $17,900. Any discussion? All those in favor, opposed? Matter carries. On Purchasing Department, total, $117,270. All those in favor, opposed? Matter carries. Fixed cost, Purchasing Department, the amount of $51,254. Any discussion? All those in favor, opposed? Matter carries. Purchasing Department, total, new amount, $168,524.
I don't have that one.
Correct. 168,524. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed. Matter carries. Councilor McCarthy.
Mr. President.
Oh, Councilor O'Keefe, sorry.
Move for immediate reconsideration. I hope will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asked for immediate reconsideration. This hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next department that came in front of us was the Treasurer's Department. The Treasurer's Department is a very lengthy department, as everyone can see in their agenda, with regard to personnel, non-personnel, debt service, short-term debt. I don't need to read them all. Out of the Treasurer's budget, according to my notes on section 8-81, there was a $5,000 reduction recommended by the Finance Committee with respect to the professional services / fees line item, and that reduction was approved by the committee, and those professional fees are for the debt service. Mr. Biscay was asked if he could, if that would affect his ability with regard to that, and his response was, if he's mandated to pay it, he has to pay it, and then he'd just come back in front of us for an appropriation out of free cash, because if he had to pay it, he had to pay it. He likes to represent the budget in such a way that he anticipates these amounts, and so the budget accurately reflects what his needs are, but he didn't see any big problem with the reduction in 5,000, so, because of the fact that if he had to pay it, he had to pay it. So the committee's recommendation was to reduce, in the whole treasurer's budget, to reduce the amount by $5,000.
With the 5,000, what?
The 5,000 would be specifically out of short-term debt, and the proposal from the mayor was 35,000. The cut was 5,000 for an approved from A&F for $30,000, which then would reflect out at the end to, the final vote by A&F was $30,000.
All right, Counselor Ronan?
Yeah, Mr. President, this is a cut that was proposed by me. It seems to be an easy one to make. I proposed the same cut last year. If you take a look at certain of the line items and certain what we've spent of this money that we appropriate, this money is appropriated so that we can pay interest on short-term notes. You'd have to borrow a lot of money on a short term to have to pay $30,000 in interest. And that's what I propose, that we give the finance director $30,000 for this short-term interest debt. The mayor's budget would budget $35,000. If you take a look historically, they really haven't spent anywhere near that money on short-term interest in the past. I'm looking at 2010. I can see they spent approximately $1,500 for short-term interest, and in this year to date, nothing. So if we reduce that $35,000 short-term interest figure to $30,000, we're certainly safe, and we save the taxpayer $5,000. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion? Start with Madam Mayor.
Just a suggestion, not so much a discussion on this item. There are 14 budgets left to go. Many of these budgets have multiple divisions within them. I know in the school committee, I'll put this out as a suggestion, when a situation like this arose and everybody had all of the budgets listed before them, there was an omnibus motion to accept the recommendation out of the committee for their treasure amount for the total, consistent with what's listed here. I'm just suggesting that, given the lateness of the hour, certainly it would encourage you to look at all of these departments in one. If you want to advocate for changes or reductions, you still have the opportunity to do that. But in the interest of time, I don't know if it's okay with the clerk, but it's a fairly orderly way. They're all listed. The agenda is put together so much where it might make some sense in the interest of time to approve them in that manner. I certainly wouldn't have an objection as a member of the administration proposing the budget.
Madam City Clerk, can we do that?
There's no opposition by anyone.
Okay. We'll just, on that, the short-term debt, was that recommended to cut? I don't see
By
it.
$5,000 out of committee, yes.
It came out of committee with the cut, so it's going from 35, what's on the sheet, to 30.
To 30, correct.
Okay. So should we vote on that, or?
I don't have any problem with the mayor's recommendation if other members of the council don't, if we just approve
Minus
the
the
bottom
money at the
line
bottom.
minus
Okay.
the, especially where there are no other cuts.
Want to do the total amount, treasurer, total amount? $25,177,294. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Opposed by Councilor Sosnowski, Councilor O'Keefe.
Move immediate reconsideration, Mr. President. I hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. Hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next up is the, what is it?
Licensing.
Yeah, I just gotta get the right tab. Is the solicitor slash licensing. This year, the licensing was combined with the licensing budget was combined with the solicitor's budget, which was reflected in what some action we took earlier this year. So you're going to see a combination of the solicitor and licensing in one budget. And after discussion, there was some discussion about one expense line item, but there was no recommendation for any changes out of committee, so I'd recommend to approve.
Discussion? Gonna vote on the total?
Yep.
Okay, solicitor licensing department, total amount $267,942. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
One opposed. Council McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. Next up is the Human Resources. Lisa Camarada is with us tonight. She was in the other evening. We talked about her budget and with regards to the group insurance and unemployment. The only recommendation coming out of Committee for Human Services was a reduction in the personnel line item to be consistent with what the good Ward 5 counselor across the aisle is trying to do. So the reduction was for the amount of $1,077 to make the new personnel line item in the amount of $221,089. Is that correct, Counselor?
Yeah, $1,777.
That's exactly what I just said. I was just verifying. That's exactly what I just said. Those are my notes from when we had our meeting. So that was the recommendation out of committee.
The recommendation was
The
the 221.89.
Correct. Every other line item in what's listed in front of us, the recommendation was to approve except for the personnel line item, which is listed first, with the reduction that I just mentioned, the $1,077 to a new total for the personnel in 221,089.
Okay. Under discussion, Council Ronan?
Mr. President, again, nothing personal, but the director under the proposal, would receive a larger than 2.5% raise. Just want to pare it down, make it 2.5%, and that would save the taxpayer $1,777.
Thank you, Council Ronan. Council Lovely?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make an amendment to reduce the human resources personnel line item by $911.
221,955.
221,955.
All right, so the original, Council Lovely made a recommendation to reduce personnel to 221,955. Is there a second? Second by Council Fury. The original recommendation was the 221.89 came out of committee.
Roll call vote on both amendments.
Vote on that first. Well, that was the original committee recommendation. Roll call vote for the Council Ronan's amount, 221.89 in personnel. I see 3 hands. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counsel Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counsel Sargent?
No.
Counsel Ronan?
Yes.
Counsel Creevy?
Yes.
Counsel Pinto?
Yes.
Counsel Pelletier?
No.
Counsel O'Keefe?
No.
Counsel McCarthy?
No.
Counsel Lovely?
No.
Counsel Fury?
No.
Counsel Ryan?
No. Thank you. Human Resources Personnel in the amount of $221,089. 11 of councilors voting, 4 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The matter fails. On Human Resources Personnel in the amount of $221,955.
221,955.
955. Roll call vote or regular vote? 3 hands. 1, 2, 3. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counsel Sosnowski?
No.
Counsel Sargent?
Yes.
Counsel Ronan?
No.
Counsel Creevy?
No.
Counsel Pinto?
No.
Counsel Pelletier?
Yes.
Counsel O'Keefe?
Yes.
Counsel McCarthy?
Yes.
Counsel Lovely?
Yes.
Counsel Fury?
Yes.
Counsel Ryan?
Yes. Thank you. Human Resources Personnel in the amount of $221,955. 11 councilors voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter carries. Any other changes in Human Resources? Council McCarthy?
No, Mr. President.
You want the,
New total?
you want the new
Just the
total?
total, yes, please.
12,223,904.
All right, on Human Resources, new total of $12,223,904. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor O'Keefe?
Mr. President, I move for immediate reconsideration and hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. Hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. Next up is the Fire Department. Chief Cody came in and gave the very...
Councilor O'Keefe?
I move that I recuse myself from this discussion on the fire department.
1-1. Councilor O'Keefe, you recuse yourself.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyway.
Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. The chief came in, talked at length about his budget. There was some discussion about how we got to the point we did, but after review by the Finance Committee, the committee voted unanimously to approve the fire department personnel and non-personnel expenses in the total of $7,260,810.
Under discussion?
Yes, Mr. President, that was not a unanimous vote. I made a motion to reduce the personnel expenses by $105,534, and that specifically was for the funding of 3 positions. Currently, last year's budget, I think we had 82 firefighters. This year, the budget calls for 85 firefighters. It was my recommendation that we not fund those 3 additional positions in this 2012 budget, and that would be my recommendation today.
What was the amount? 105?
105.
534?
It was,
Exactly, that's what they said.
yes, 105, 534. Sorry.
Council McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize to the Ward 5 council for being errant, saying it was unanimous. He did put that motion on the floor, but as he was corrected during our discussions, as he was referring to a sheet in the back, as we went to page, after a lengthy discussion, as we went to page, find it for anybody who's following along in their budget book, as we went to page section 8-138, when we went through and evaluated all the full-time equivalents, it actually, there was some discussion on whether or not there was John Doe 2 and 3. There is no John Doe 2 and 3. The chief's right over there. We can ask him. There is no John Doe 2 and 3. John Doe 1, which was already in the budget, was rolled into the budget. The full-time equivalents are what they are stated, and the budget was, the recommendation was, from committee, was to approve what was, because after the lengthy discussion, the chief, as we ran through the full-time equivalents of who we had in the department, it was clear that there was no additional John Doe 1, 2, or 3. The John Doe 1 had just recently been hired. I believe he now has a name, doesn't he, other than John Doe 1?
Chief Code.
Chief, if I may, what is the John Doe 1's name?
Jeffrey Reyes.
Jeffrey Reyes. So John Doe 1 now has a name. His name is Jeffrey Reyes. And now there is no John Doe 2 and 3 in the budget. John Doe 2 and 3 were proposed under an agreement between that was reached during collective bargaining between the administration and the fire department, that this year they were going to add 2 positions, but because of the budget constraints that we were under, the recommendation from the mayor to the chief, and which the chief agreed to, was they were not going to add John Does 2 and 3 to the budget this year. So there is no reflection in that. So after that discussion, the recommendation was to approve the fire department budget as listed. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Vote on the committee.
Council Ronan, did you still want to make that amendment to cut it down to $6,781,212, which is the 105,534?
Yes, I do.
Is there a second to that amendment?
I may not have had a second in the...
I don't think, yeah, you don't have a second. All right, so on the fire department, total $7,260,810. All those in favor? Opposed? None carries. Councilor McCarthy, Councilor Sergeant, Councilor Keith.
Recognize Councilor McCarthy.
Really use one tonight.
Let the record show that Council President Jerry L. Ryan has recused himself from discussions of the police department.
Thank you, Mr. President. With us this evening, we also have the Chief of Police, Chief Tucker.
Yes. Over here.
Thank you, Chief, for being here. After lengthy discussions with regard to the police personnel expenses and non-personnel expenses, there was a lot of discussion which was revolved around the police department and the department that comes up next, which is the Harbor Master's Department. But with regard to the police department, I know they're kind of intertwined. The discussion around the police department, there wasn't a, there wasn't any changes that came out of committee. There was some discussion with regard to the harbor master, but the recommendation from committee with regard to the police department total of $7,906,345 was to approve.
I have before us the matter of personnel item on the police department of $7,424,200. All in favor?
Under discussion?
Oh, Councilor, I'm sorry, Councilor Ronan.
Yes, yeah, Mr. President, I recommended that we cut this police department budget by the amount of $54,000. Really, what I'm trying to do is keep Sergeant Gifford on as harbor master. Before, his salary was covered under the harbor master's budget. So currently, what we're doing in this budget is we're moving his salary into the police department, and then we're going to separately fund a civilian harbor master under the other budget. Obviously, we have to fund the harbor master's budget, essentially to disincentivize, I guess is the word, the police department from taking Sergeant Gifford out of the role of harbor master. I wanted to, not fund essentially that harbor master position twice. In the harbor, I can't add anything. I can only take away. So I've got to address that issue here. Sergeant Gifford's salary appears under the police department in the amount of $54,000 as a sergeant, and then the harbor master's salary is listed as $60,000. So I would like to see Sergeant Gifford funded under the harbor master's budget, and I don't want to go forward and hire an additional position, an additional civilian as a harbor master, where we already have one available by name, Sergeant Gifford. So my motion was to reduce the, substantial police personnel budget by $54,000. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're making a motion, Councilor?
Yes.
Owen? Is it seconded by any member of the, Councilor McCarthy, you're seconding the motion?
No, I had my hand up for discussion.
Okay. I'm not, Councilor Prevey seconded. All right? Any further discussion? Councilor Prevey, Ward 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. I supported, obviously, Councilor Ronan's motion during the committee meeting, in large part just because it adds another position, essentially, to the city roles. The problem being with this, and I understand Councilor Ronan's argument in terms of trying to disincentivize from this occurring, the civilian position being hired and Sergeant Gifford being retained as the harbor master. The problem is he's not going to be the harbor master, no matter what we do here. The plan is already in motion. It's an administrative decision that's being made between the mayor, with the mayor and the police chief. In terms of that decision has already been made. So if we cut the $54,000 for this position, we're not necessarily cutting that position. We're just taking that amount of money out of the harbor master's budget, which ultimately could also mean that what will happen is a new harbor master will be hired with the funds that remain in the budget, and then whoever some of the assistants are, the assistants will be laid off, potentially. That's what could happen because we need a harbor master, and the chief has already articulated twice actually in front of council before during the budget and also in Councilor Ronan's, Councilor Sosnowski's councilor that he had about the matter. He's already articulated that Sergeant Gifford is already, I think he's already back at the police department right now, working full-time. He's a sergeant, so he's in a command position. Those decisions are already made, so while I understand what's being proposed here, and I agree with the concept and the principle of not trying to expand the city budget by adding an additional position. The horse is already out of the barn on this one. So it's just a matter of whether we're going to fund the harbor master or not, or whether they're going to cut them that amount, and then who gets cut from there actually is going to be a decision that essentially the mayor and the chief are going to make. So so I'm going to support the proposal in terms of making sure that the harbor master's budget is funded.
Councilor Pelletier, Ward 3.
Is there a second to Council Ronan's?
No, I did not second it as the presiding officer, so someone else has to.
Okay, there's
Member of the
no
council.
second?
No second.
All right, let's
It's not
move on.
before us. The matter is not before us. If it's not seconded as the presiding officer, I'm not going to.
Okay, let's move on.
The mayor has wishes to be heard. Any objections from the city council? Hearing none, Mayor Driscoll.
Just one quick item to clarify, because I think it's important that we all understand this. I know we talked about this some time ago. Sergeant Gifford's salary as a harbor master is $79,825. He has a salary, he's entitled to his salary as a sergeant in the police department. The new proposed position for harbor master will be paid $64,000. There is no net new position here. That also needs to be clarified. We have 2 vacancies in the position rank of sergeant. Police Chief Tucker, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here. We went through this. Sergeant Gifford will be filling one of those vacancies. So what we were paying him in harbor master, that salary will now go with him over to the PD to fill a vacancy. There are 2 folks who retired or due to promotions, we have a vacancy there. We will still have 1 vacancy in the sergeant position. We will hire a harbor master who will be paid less than the harbor master in the current harbor master that we have, Sergeant Gifford. So there will actually be savings, not a net increase in a position or a net increase in anything in the PD. We'll still have a vacancy in the sergeant place, and we're going to pay a civilian harbor master $64,000, substantially less than we're paying. So this is a cost savings measure, and the chief spoke, I think, at the council committee meeting and at the budget meeting, I think pretty eloquently around the needs on land and the needs for service and why he supports this move, notwithstanding the great job that Sergeant Gifford does out on the water. But there's no new position and there's no additional cost burden, just to clarify that, because I think it's important that we have the facts straight.
All right, I will accept a motion that the personnel account for the police department be approved for $7,424,100. Any question? Chair, roll call?
No.
Roll call? Ms.
No.
Downstairs?
No, show of
Chair will call
hands.
3 hands for roll call?
Show of hands.
Show of hands.
Mr.
All in favor? Opposed? Unanimous.
Oh, it wasn't unanimous.
Next matter is no, all right, Councilor Warner wishes to be recorded opposed. The clerk will so note it. The next matter is non-personnel expenses, $482,145. All in favor? Show of hand, opposed? For a total appropriation of $7,906,345. All in favor, opposed? Unanimous.
Madam Clerk.
Move on. Councilor.
You might want to adjust that gavel a little bit. The head might be a little loose.
Watch out, you get hurt.
No, it might come winging my way. I'm a little worried about that. The next budget up was the Harbor Master's budget. As the Good Ward 5, my Good Ward 5 council from across the aisle stated earlier, there was lively discussions with regard to the Harbor Master budget with, not so much with any of the expenses that he has listed or with regard to the personnel. We just discussed what the issues were around that. So the recommendation out of committee was to approve.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, on harbor master total in the amount of $203,211. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
One opposed. Councilman McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. Next up is public property. I'm definitely going to start needing my Cheetos now. Yes. As we went through and reviewed public property with regard to inspectional services, the building department, there was some discussion with regards to personnel and with regards to public property fixed costs, but at the end of committee deliberations, the recommendation was, out of committee, was to approve.
Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. Councilman Ronan?
Yes, Mr. President, I obviously didn't have enough votes on this to carry the day, but there were 3 positions that suggested to have increases in fiscal 2012 that are greater than the 2.5% line in the sand that I've drawn. So my recommendation was to, and I'll make that recommendation now, to reduce public service personnel expenses by $3,531, and that's to pare back 3 raises to the 2.5% threshold.
Public property, right?
There was no additional increase for public property beyond 2.5%, Counselor. My recollection is you objected to the $5,000 Mr. St. Pierre was paid for his for the $10,000 the city receives from the town of Swampscott as part of the regionalization we entered into.
Well, maybe
Mr. St. Pierre receives a $5,000 increase to his salary, and you did not want him to receive 2.5% increase because earlier this year, we had entered into the agreement with Swampscott.
That is correct.
He's only proposed for 2.5.
I'm on the
You're on the
wrong
wrong
tab.
page, Counselor.
Let me find the right tab here. What,
It's tab 16,
oh, thank you.
section 8-165.
Council Crafty.
Thank you. As the good Ward 5 council is reviewing his notes, the mayor actually brought it to my attention too, because I didn't see any, I take my notes during committee on the bottom of the page, I didn't see it, but I do remember now that she brought up, the general discussion about this budget was with regards to Mr. St. Pierre. He currently now serves as the building commissioner in the town of Swampscott as well. In doing that, the city entered into an agreement with the town of Swampscott that the city receives $10,000 of that. Mr. St. Pierre receives half of that amount, the $5,000, which was rolled into his salary line item. I've had a conversation with Mr. Viscay that will actually take that $5,000 stipend that comes from Swampscott and actually put that in a stipend line item in the future so that it doesn't roll directly into his salary and is received as a stipend. That was the confusion around that, was the fact that there was a listing of the $5,000 in the personnel line item, and after we hashed it out in committee, the committee's recommendation was for approval.
Okay, thank you. You all set, Council Rowan?
Under discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm not going to, I recall the issue. The issue was Mr. St. Pierre is essentially doing some work for Swampscott, and Salem has paid $10,000 for that service. He was given a raise of approximately $5,000, and then on top of that $5,000 that he got mid-year, he's receiving another 2.5% raise now. My position was, if somebody received a mid-year raise, for instance, a city solicitor's $10,000 year raise, when she's up for fiscal 2012, we shouldn't give another 2.5% on top of that mid-year raise. So with respect to the building inspector, it was my position that he received a mid-year raise by taking on this additional responsibility in Swampscott, whether they call it a raise or not. He received, an additional $5,000 in salary. I didn't think that he should now receive an additional 2.5% or a raise on the raise. So that was my position, but I'm not sure I even had a second in the administration and finance.
Okay. Council Pelletier.
This is not a raise on a raise. This is a stipend for him to go over to Swampscott, sit on their Board of Appeals, go through what they need to do. If they have a fire, he's gotta go look at the structure, have it boarded up. I mean, it's not a raise on a raise, okay? It's a separate job over there.
Council Rowan, did you have an amendment, or is that wiped out?
Well, I did, but I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna make it at this point. I think it was, was to reduce it by, I think it was $1,989, if I recall, but I don't.
That was the number.
Was that the number? So I make that motion, and I don't know whether I'll have a second, to reduce the personnel expenses by $1,989.
Council Rowan has a motion to amend the amount by $1,989. Is there a second? None being. I'm going to take any other discussion. Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there's no further discussion, I move that we approve the public property total in the amount of $1,014,086.
Madam Mayor.
Just one point I want to raise that I also mentioned to the Committee on Administration and Finance. If you look on page 8-174 of your budget books, the public property fixed cost budget also includes the City Hall annex rent and the annex rent taxes. While we spent a great deal of time debating the $1,900 increase for Tom St. Pierre, I believe it's actually $1,500, we didn't really acknowledge that this budget could have actually been $67,000 less had we received a majority, supermajority, two-thirds majority support for the City Hall Annex lease. So in essence, we're paying $67,000 more than we'd need to. Not anything that we can cut, but certainly something I wish we would have had the opportunity to work on. And I don't want that to go unnoticed.
One person privilege. Has the committee met? Has that committee met at all by
I don't know, Councilor.
time and action? No action, huh? Thank you.
Councilor Ronan, any?
Yeah, Mr. President, I was just going to say that I really hope that we look into the availability of 32 and 34 Federal Street, which are going to both be vacant and mothballed as of, I think, the fall this year. So my hope is that, that was at the City Hall Annex was a 5-year lease. I'm hoping that we can move into one of those two spaces and save a considerable amount of money, in years 3, 4, and 5 on that lease that we didn't approve.
So the two addresses you're referring to are the Superior Court buildings?
Yes.
And of course, you being an attorney, you know the condition they're in and why they're being vacated, because they're deplorable. It will cost us millions and millions of dollars to renovate them, to move into them. It'll probably be 5 years before we could even get in there.
Okay, moving along.
Further discussion? Okay, on public property, total amount $1,014,086. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed, matter carries. Council McCarthy. Councilor O'Keefe.
Move for immediate reconsideration, Mr. President. I hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe hopes for immediate reconsideration, hopes does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next department that came in for in front of the Administration and Finance Committee was the Health Department. And we had the new health agent. Still is? There he is. Larry Ramden. Thank you. Mr. Ramden presented as best he could with the help of Mr. Viscay with regard to his budget. And looking at my notes, there was discussions with Mr. Ramden and the Finance Director with regard to his budget, but the committee recommended no changes to his budget.
Any further discussion? Being on the Health Department, total in the amount of $363,600. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor O'Keefe.
Move for immediate reconsideration. I hope it will not prevail.
O'Keefe moves for immediate reconsideration. Hope this does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next department that came in front of us was the Electric Department. Mr. Giardi is still with us. Thank you for staying with us tonight. After review of the Electrical Department with regard to personnel and electrical expenses, after review and discussion with Mr. Giardi, there was no recommendations for any changing. Through discussion, the only comment was with regard to the line item with regards to traffic signal lighting. The actual expenditure for that actually went down, or they're budgeting $22,000 less, and that is a direct result of the LED program with regards to the lights. So the committee's recommendation was to approve the electric department total in the amount of $1,033,218.
Councilor McCarthy, any further discussion? None being on the electrical department, total $1,033,218. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Councilor McCarthy. Councilor O'Keefe, sorry.
Move immediate reconsideration. I hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. The hope this does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've already taken care of the planning department earlier with regard to their budget, so the next up would be Public Services Department, which is tab 20. With us tonight, we have Mr. Renaud. And Mr. Renaud is still with us, and upon review of Mr. Renaud's budget, as I flip through it, we had discussions about various items with regard to personnel and expenses, and the recommendation from committee was to approve the total of $2,433,867.
Councilor McCarthy, Councilor Ronan.
Yes, Mr. President, this is what I was confused when I was addressing the public property. I was looking at public services. This is where I recommended in committee that we reduced the personnel expense by $3,531, so I'd make that motion here. That was to pare down 3 raises that are in this department budget to the 2.5% rate.
Council Ronan, make a motion to decrease personnel by $3,531, bringing the amount to $1,512,035. Is there a second? All that math for nothing. All right, any other discussion? Okay, on Public Services Department total in the amount of $2,433,867. All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, Council.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to get a handle on what's going on here. This is public, are you doing the total on
Public
this?
service debt.
Public
yeah.
services.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're all set?
Yeah.
On the total, $2,433,867. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor O'Keefe.
Move for immediate reconsideration and hope will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. Hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next department up was the engineering department. Mr. Knowlton is with us tonight. As we reviewed the engineering department, we had discussions with regard to personnel and expenses, and after review, the committee's recommendation was to approve the total in the amount of $78,070.
Any other discussion? None being. Engineering total, $78,070. In favor? Opposed? Councilor O'Keefe.
Move for immediate reconsideration and hope will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. Hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed. You can't wait.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next department up was Recreation and Community Services. With us tonight is Doug Bolin sitting in the back. Thank you, Doug, for staying with us. Mr. Bolin has various accounts that fall under his jurisdiction. We had Mr. Bolin in, and he talked about the Recreation Department with regard to personnel, non-personnel, the golf course, the Witch House, and Winter Island. And after various discussions about contracted services with regard to cleaning the Willows bathrooms and other line items, after lengthy discussions, the motion from the committee was to approve the Recreation and Community Services Division total in the amount of $1,151,463.
Any further discussion? None being. On Recreation and Community Services Division total, $1,151,463. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor O'Keefe.
Move for immediate reconsideration and hope will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. Hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the same evening, Mr. Bolin came in and gave us an accounting of the Council on Aging with regard to personnel, non-personnel expenses. And upon the Administration and Finance Committee, upon review, after discussions with Mr. Bolin, recommended approval in the total of $272,367.
Discussion?
No discussion.
Council on Aging, total amount $272,367. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Councilor O'Keefe.
Move for immediate reconsideration and hope will not prevail.
O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. The hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've already taken care of the library, so that brings us to Veteran Services. In a recent meeting with Mr. Jean Guy Martineau, the Veteran Service Agent, we reviewed Mr. Martineau's budget, and he talked at length about the services that he provides for our veterans that are returning to Salem and how we provide for them and how we are reimbursed through the state for those expenses. After review, the committee's recommendation was to approve the Veteran Services total in the amount of $284,243.
Further discussion?
Not.
On Veteran Services, total amount $284,243. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor O'Keefe.
Move for immediate reconsideration, Mr. President. Hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. The hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've already taken up the school department, so the next item up on the agenda is the budget transfers out of the general fund. And I believe that Councilor Prevey took care of this matter last night. Am I correct, Councilor?
Yes.
So I will yield the floor to Councilor Prevey with regard to any discussion about but I believe from watching it on television, the recommendation from committee was for approval.
Thank you, Mr. President. As part of these transfers, also in the approval process, the new charter school falls within this budget as well. So that's the aggregate figure right now. So I would move for approval of the budget transfers out of general fund in the amount of $1,364,000.
Council Prevey moves for approval of budget transfers out of the general fund, $1,364,000. All those on discussion?
Yeah, just briefly, I watched on TV too, and I just want to, thank the mayor, the school committee, Dr. Cameron. I saw the young folk in here with the new principal for the charter school, and they all have to trot to get to school, and I guess they were interviewing some of the prospective teachers, and I just thought, what a wonderful thing, I hope it works out well for us.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor O'Keefe?
Move for immediate reconsideration, Mr. President. Hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. The hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed. Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. The next item up on the agenda is the sewer enterprise funds. The sewer enterprise funds fall under a couple different departments, so we had to take them up at different times. But after review of all the enterprise funds in the various departments which they fall under, the recommendation out of committee was for approval of the total sewer enterprise fund for $7,108,047.
Any further discussion?
Roll call vote, Mr. President.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll. The amount, $7,108,047.
Counsel Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counsel Sergeant?
Yes.
Counsel Ronan?
Yes.
Counsel Prevey?
Yes.
Counsel Pinto?
Yes.
Counsel Pelletier?
Yes.
Counsel O'Keefe?
Yes.
Counsel McCarthy?
Yes.
Counsel Lovely?
Yes.
Counsel Fury?
Yes.
Counsel Ryan?
Yes. Thank you. On adoption of the sewer enterprise fund in the amount of $7,108,047. 11 councilors voting, 11 in the affirmative. The matter carries. Councilor O'Keefe.
Move for immediate reconsideration and hope that it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe moves immediate reconsideration. The hopes this does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next up is the water enterprise fund, which is the flip of the sewer fund. And as stated previously, after reviewing the various aspects of the fund with regards to the different budgets in which they appear, the Committee on Administration and Finance would recommend the approval of the total water enterprise fund in the amount of $4,531,381.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counsel Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counsel Sergeant?
Yes.
Counsel Ronan?
Yes.
Counsel Prevey?
Yes.
Counsel Pinto?
Yes.
Counsel Pelletier?
Yes.
Counsel O'Keefe?
Yes.
Counsel McCarthy?
Yes.
Counsel Lovely?
Yes.
Counsel Fury?
Yes.
Counsel Ryan?
Yes. On adoption of the Water Enterprise Fund in the amount of $4,531,381. 11 councilors voting, 11 in the affirmative. The matter carries. Councilor O'Keefe.
Mr. President, I move for immediate reconsideration and hope it will not prevail.
Councilor O'Keefe asks for moves for immediate reconsideration. The hopes it does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next up is the Engineering Trash Enterprise Fund. And upon review by the Committee on Administration and Finance, the recommendation was to approve the total trash enterprise fund in the amount of $2,739,981.
Any discussion?
No discussion.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counsel Sosnowski? Counsel Sergeant?
Yes.
Counsel Ronan?
Yes.
Counsel Prevey?
Yes.
Counsel Pinto?
Yes.
Counsel Pelletier?
Yes.
Counsel O'Keefe?
Yes.
Counsel McCarthy?
Yes.
Counsel Lovely?
Yes.
Counsel Fury?
Yes.
Counsel Ryan?
Yes. On adoption of the Trash Enterprise Fund in the amount of $2,739,981. 11 councilors voting, 11 in the affirmative. Matter carries. Counselor O'Keefe?
I move for immediate reconsideration, Mr. President. Hope it will not prevail.
Counselor O'Keefe moves for immediate reconsideration. The hopes it does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Counselor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. The envelope has just been passed, and I've received a number, at this time, a little important person. I want to thank Nina, Rich, the mayor, and everybody, all the department heads. Especially Nina's been keeping us on task during all the meetings with regards to the corrections, with regards to the numbers, to make sure we got them right, and I want to thank her for it. So at this time, I move to approve the total operating budget for fiscal year 2011 in the amount of $129 million.
Fiscal year 12. Fiscal year 12, not fiscal year 11.
Oh, look at that. 12. I got to write that down. Thank you. Total operating budget for fiscal year 2012 in the amount of $129,041,759. Is that correct? That's correct? I hope that is correct.
Can you repeat that?
That's what I've been told. It's correct.
Repeat that, Bobby.
I'll repeat it one more time. $129,041,759.
Any further discussion?
No discussion, Mr. President.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Sosnowski?
No.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Ronan?
No.
Counselor Prevey?
No.
Counselor Pinto?
No.
Counselor Pelletier?
Yes.
Counselor O'Keefe?
Yes.
Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Lovely?
Yes.
Counselor Fury?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes. On fiscal year 2012, total operating budget, $129,041,759. 11 councilors voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter carries. Counselor O'Keefe.
I move for immediate reconsideration, Mr. President. Hope it will not prevail.
Counselor O'Keefe asks for immediate reconsideration. I hope does not prevail. All those in favor? Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aye.
2-minute recess, Mr. President. Oh, you know what? He's,
Hey, where you
Tom's
going?
here for one.
Tom?
Chief
over.
Tucker has been here for a long time.
Yeah, he's got one more matter. Yeah.
Can we get him before we?
Midnight.
This is the council business.
Chief Tucker, do you want to, you've been here for a long time waiting for this. Well, actually, Mr. President, you,
Do you want to speak on that, or do you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what.
On the letter you sent.
Just this grant? Or,
We thought you were here on this.
yeah, we didn't know if you were.
Actually, no, I just wanted to see if the meeting actually came to an end.
Not yet.
You'll have to stay for that.
You got third shift.
Bye.
Let's go.
Thank you.
We'll invite you back.
Councilor McCarthy.
Before we move for a quick recess, before we gather ourselves to finish off this meeting, I just want to take a point of personal privilege and once again thank my fellow committee members in A&F for their due diligence during the whole budget process. We had some very lively discussions, and I also want to thank the rest of my colleagues for their efforts this evening. And on a personal note, before we wind down, because I know once we wind down, we're going to be moving pretty quick. This Sunday's the Cancer Walk, and a good friend of mine is dealing with it, and I'll be walking. So if anyone sees me, because I had knee surgery and I'm by the side of the road, kind of give me a ride back. But that being said, to my friend Debbie, all the best to her. So thank you.
Well, I don't think we need a recess. We can,
Let's go.
can we just
You
get
want to
through
keep
this?
going? It's fine with me.
Yeah, all right, let's go.
It's midnight.
Communications from city officials.
We have a communication from Chief Paul Tucker of the Police Department informing the council of eligibility for fiscal year 2011 Justice Assistance Grant in the amount of $10,615.
Move receive, place on file, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I remove that this be received and placed on file, and I want to thank Chief Tucker for informing the council of this eligibility. Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy moved, received and placed on file. All those in favor? Opposed? Petitions.
We have a request from the residents of Crescent Drive and Witchcraft Road to hold a block party on Saturday, August 20th, 2011, at 11 a.m. to midnight with a rain date of Sunday, August 21st, 2011.
Councilman Ryan?
Council Pinto, can you-
Just move for approval.
Council Pinto moves for approval. All those in favor?
He just
Opposed?
made eye contact.
Further petitions?
We have Public Guide, Seaworm, and Tag Day license applications.
Council Lovely?
Move that you refer to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs.
Council Lovely moves it.
Under discussion?
Moves to return to Committee on Ordinance, License, and Legal Affairs under discussion.
Yes, thank you. Very briefly here, on the Tag Day, will we be able to vote on this because they have a Tag Day coming up before we reconvene in the fall?
Yeah, we'll be here
We
in
have
July. We'll get another
We have
meeting.
one more meeting.
Will we be, well, I was just hoping we'd be able to address it by then.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Committee. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Further petitions?
We have 11 claims.
Council Lovely?
Move that you refer to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs.
Council Lovely moves the claims be referred to Committee on Ordinance, License, and Legal Affairs. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Further petitions?
We have 1 signed bond.
Council Lovely?
Move it be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs and returned approved.
Council Lovely moves referred to Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs, and returned approved. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Unfinished business?
We have second passage of a bond order in the amount of $4,022,500 for the City of Salem capital improvement projects.
Council McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
McCarthy moves, passes by roll call vote. Any discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counsel Sosnowski?
Yes.
Counsel Sargent?
Yes.
Counsel Ronan?
No.
Counsel Prevey?
Yes.
Counsel Pinto?
Yes.
Counsel Pelletier?
Yes.
Counsel O'Keefe?
Yes.
Counsel McCarthy?
Yes.
Counsel Lovely?
Yes.
Counsel Fury?
Yes.
Counsel Ryan?
Yes. Thank you. On second passes, a bond order in the amount of $4,022,500. 11 councilors voting, 10 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The matter carries. Further unfinished business?
We have second passage of an ordinance amending traffic handicap parking limited time Ocean Avenue West.
Councilor Pelletier?
Move for second and final passage.
Councilor Pelletier moves for second and final passage. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
We have
Further unfinished business, sir.
We have second passage of an ordinance amending traffic handicap parking limited time Essex Street.
Councilor Sosnowski?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Move for second and final passage.
Councilor Sosnowski moves for second and final passage. Any discussion?
No discussion, Mr. President.
All those in favor? Opposed? Matter carries. Further unfinished business?
We have second passage of an ordinance amending traffic handicap parking limited time Irving Street.
Councilor Prevey?
Mr. President, I move for second and final passage.
Councilor Prevey moves for second and final passage. All those in favor? Opposed? Further unfinished business?
We have second passage of an ordinance amending compensation of the school committee, Chapter 2, Section 2-956.
Councilor Lovely?
Move for second and final passage.
Lovely moves for second and final passage. Any discussion? On being, all those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
2 opposed? The matter carries. Councilor O'Keefe?
Move for adjournment.
Councilor O'Keefe moves for adjournment. All those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Stay here all night. The rest of the day.